Order and good afternoon, everyone. My name's Tom Taggart, and I'll be chairing here this afternoon. So I'd like to please call the Subcommittee on Supply. Will come to order. It is now 11:42 a.m. and the Subcommittee is meeting to consider estimates of the Department of Advanced Education as outlined in Resolution E1. And the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development as outlined in Resolution E5. E1, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $732,171,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray the expenses in respect to the Department of Advanced Education pursuant to the estimate. Resolution E5, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding the amount of $2,225,900. A lot of zeros there. No, that's not 22, is it?
$2 billion, $225
$2 billion. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Apologies. A lot of zeros. $2,225,951,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray the expenses in the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development pursuant to the estimate. So, Minister McGuire, and you're free to make comments for up to an hour.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for being here today. You know, we've working with the opposition parties, we've agreed to do advanced and education and early childhood all at once. So we will be agreed upon jumping around from department to department. So I don't have to be here twice, and you don't have to look at me for multiple hours, hopefully. So I'm here today to present to you the budget estimates for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development and Advanced Education, and to speak to the important work these budgets are funding. I will start by speaking to the work of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, followed by Advanced Education. Before I begin, I would like to introduce the department staff here with me. To my left is the amazing, hardworking Tracy Barbrick, Deputy Minister of Everything. And to my right is Dana Jasper and Wanda Fletcher, the people, the individuals who pay the bills. Behind us, we have staff. As somebody who it took 5 years to graduate from high school, if it wasn't for these people, you know, I'd probably be sinking ship right now. So thank you to everyone in the department for everything you do, both departments. Amazing job. These folks are going to help me. You know, during questions, if there's a delay, it's just trying to get the answers, not trying to. So, on behalf of the Government of Scotia, the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is responsible for children's education, including early years and pre-primary to grade 12 in English and French and public schools across the province. One of the most important departments and jobs, I think, in all of government. We quite literally lay the foundations for schools, planning, building, and maintaining the physical spaces where students learn. We develop and implement curriculum, what our students learn, as well as education policies, programs, and resources that support development, learning, well-being, and success. Programs like the Nova Scotia Lunch Program, social emotional learning programs like Guys Work and Roots of Empathy, and skilled trade learning opportunities. We proudly support a workforce of more than 20,000 people, including school administrators, teachers, specialized education staff, early childhood educators, bus drivers, and the list goes on. This system, this education, would not exist without them. We're also responsible for licensed childcare, including the ongoing transformation of the Nova Scotia childcare system. We provide subsidies to help families with the cost of childcare and ensure our system has high quality, supported operators, and early childhood educators. We work with the 7 Regional Centres for Education, or RCEs, and CSAP, childcare centres, and a broad range of education sector and community partners to ensure we are always doing what is best for Nova Scotians. It is an impressive, large mandate and one that I take very, very seriously. This is my first budget as Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. We will talk about a budget that lays the groundwork to unlock the potential of Nova Scotia. Nowhere is that truer than the budget for this department. A budget unwaveringly focused on realizing the potential of our young people. Our 2025-26 budget is making important investments in our children, our youth, and our workforce. And before touching on this transformative work, I want to take a moment to acknowledge, and I already did, the dedicated team that I have the absolute privilege of working with every single day. The Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is made up of more than 200 dedicated staff. They probably do as much work as 20,000, 200 people that do an incredible amount of work. They are experts in the field of education and childhood development. Their work helps ensure that Nova Scotian children are getting the best start in life and grow to be well-rounded academically, physically, and socially. Citizens prepared and able to make a difference in our province. Our province stands at a critical juncture where the decisions we make today will shape the future of generations to come. To meet this challenge, our government's budget, 25-26, builds on the work we have already started and sets a path for the future. This budget recognizes Nova Scotia as a province with opportunity, where young people can grow and build their lives. It continues to fund solutions to some of the most complex challenges so that people can live in vibrant, healthy communities and have the best chance to realize their full potential. The total 25-26 budget for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is $2.23 billion, and I would say $2.23 billion well spent. This is an increase of $227 million, or 11.3% over the department's 24-25 budget. A demonstration of our commitment to continuing to strengthen schools and childcare for Nova Scotians. Through this budget, we're continuing our unprecedented childcare transformation through $337 million in investment, partially recoverable through Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement. We're investing more than $1.5 billion in public education. That's the day-to-day operations of our more than 370 schools. This is an increase of $207 million, or 15.5% from 24-25. As you saw in the government's budget highlights, a major part of this increase is $61.3 million more this year, for a total of $80 million for the Nova Scotia School Lunch Program. And as a father of three who are in 2 in elementary and 1 junior high, I can tell you that we've served over 2 million meals since the start of the lunch program. And as any program, it had its bumps along the way, but it has been exceptional, and we are seeing kids now learning with a full belly. To understand how our investments compound to better the lives of children, families, and all Nova Scotians, we have to start at our childcare transformation. Nova Scotia's childcare system supports thousands of families and children enrolled at more than 330 centres and 290 family homes offering provincially licensed and funded programs for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. We also support before and after school care across our network of more than 80 Nova Scotia before and after school program locations for school-age children so working parents don't have to worry. I've had 3 kids go through that program. I could tell you that the staff at the before and after school are some of the most caring, incredible staff I've ever seen. For years now, families and people working in childcare have been feeling the impacts of this government's work to build a system that is accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high quality. When I say accessible, I mean families can get their child or children into the type of care they need in their community. I am proud to say that since entering into the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement in July 2021, we have added more than 6,500 childcare spaces. The agreement references the addition of 9,500 spaces by March 31st, 2026, a target that acknowledges the importance of increasing access to childcare. We are 70% of the way there, and we are not slowing down. In December 2023, we announced the Minor Infrastructure Program and Family Home Startup Program. Under the Minor Infrastructure Program, existing or new licensed not-for-profit childcare providers can provide up to $250,000 for minor renovations that will increase childcare spaces and up to another $25,000 for administrative expenses. The Family Home Startup Program provides up to $7,500 to help people open a regulated childcare program in their home. It covers startup costs like minor home improvements or purchasing materials and supplies to meet regulations and create high-quality environments for children. More than 100 new homes have opened in the last year with the support from this program. Later, in May 2024, we announced the Major Infrastructure Program. This program gives qualifying childcare operators who lease space up to $1.5 million to fund new construction or major renovations that will create new childcare spaces. Operators who own their space are eligible to receive up to $3.5 million. Through these programs, we were recently able to announce childcare space creation projects across the province, with more on the horizon. Families in Cape Breton Regional Municipality are getting more access to childcare with the addition of up to 49 spaces in Glace Bay. New Dawn Enterprises, a nonprofit community organization, received $1.35 million to create the spaces in its Glace Bay Youth and Family Centre. Silvercrest Academy in Bedford is creating 40 new spaces. Tots Early Learning Society has opened a new facility in Lance with 52 spaces and is adding 24 spaces in their infield centre. In Halifax, Kennard Street Children's Centre is growing by up to 54 spaces, and the North End Community Care by 40. It's wonderful to see these projects coming to life, and even better to know we are carrying this momentum forward to meet our 9,500 space creation goal. And then exceed it, because the infrastructure and programs we have created lays the foundation for a responsive, flexible system that can continue to grow beyond 2026. At the same time, as we've been growing our system, we've also made great strides in ensuring affordability for families. Childcare fees for children under the age of 6 were reduced by an average of 50% for most families more than 2 years ago. I say most because more than 4,000 families received additional support from the Child Care Subsidy Program that helps further reduce costs. That subsidy resulted in more than 3,000 families accessing child care for free. About a year ago, we also took action to ensure families will no longer be faced with a late wait list or registration fees to attend provincially licensed and funded early learning and childcare programs. Through provisions in our operator funding agreements, the department banned waitlist, and registration fees so families don't have to worry about upfront costs to access childcare spaces. Our progress to date with affordability has saved many Nova Scotians thousands of dollars annually. None of this progress would be possible without our sector partners, operators, and early childhood educators. The department works closely with early learning and childcare engagement table made up of operators, ECEs, early childhood development experts, and families who share insights and expertise. In this transformation, as in everything we do, first voice experiences are central to our decisions. We heard from the engagement table that to offer the highest quality of childcare, we need to professionalize the sector. This input helped guide significant wage increases. We established a wage scale for ECEs, raising wages between 14 and 43% for 95% of the workforce. A second wage increase of between $3.14 and $4.24 for ECEs was implemented last April. This is in addition, ECEs working in licensed childcare are now being eligible for wage increases in alignment with the public sector. These increases, enhanced by the introduction of group benefits and defined benefit pension plan for all employees in the licensed sector, walks the walk of acknowledging the important role ECs play in our child care system. We have also supported new pathways into the sector with hundreds of people participating in new diploma and upskilling programs annually. We have accelerated programs that get people working faster, virtual programs that give everyone, especially people living in rural and remote areas, career options. Programs specifically supporting newcomers and French language, African-centric, and Mi'kmaq programs that provides more inclusive childcare options. What?
We're just clarifying some things on, it really has nothing to do with the comments, but were we disrupting you, I take it?
It's fine.
Yeah, okay, no, thanks.
Yeah. Children deserve care that gives them the best start in life, and families deserve care that is accessible, affordable, regardless of their financial means, inclusive, and high quality. We are building that system. As I said, this year, the total budget for early learning and childcare is more than $337 million. This is an increase of more than $4.2 million, a testament of our commitment to this transformation that is already bringing care that is more accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high quality to Nova Scotia families. Now to our schools. One of the most significant increases in this year's budget is accelerating the full rollout of one of government's most talked about programs. I'm talking, of course, about the Nova Scotia Lunch Program. Last year, we launched this new Made in Nova Scotia program. This program, which is 100% funded by the province, was purpose-built to do two things: make sure no student is sitting in class hungry, and make life easier and more affordable for families. And now, after 5 months, I can confidently say this program has changed lives. Right now, today, every student that attends a school that has elementary grades can eat a nutritious lunch. That's more than 75,000 students in more than 250 schools that can focus on learning. Many parents have reached out to us, not with questions, but with heartfelt stories of how this program has made a meaningful difference in their lives. They share how the program has brought greater food security to their homes, ensuring that their children have access to nutritious meals that were once out of reach. At the end of January, we celebrated the serving of 2 million lunches. Just think about that. In just months, we've gotten 2 million meals into hungry bellies. We've given time back to parents and caregivers 2 million times. We have created good jobs in all corners of the province to provide these 2 million meals. And next school year, enabled by a funding increase of $61.3 million, the program will grow to include all middle and junior high school students. That's 77 more schools with 29,000 more eligible students. That is an acceleration of the initial program rollout timelines as we work to get the Nova Scotia lunch program in every public school across the province. In the meantime, our provincial universally free breakfast program continues to offer students in every school a healthy start to their day, ways to learn about healthy eating, and a chance to connect with friends, classmates, teachers, and volunteers. Alongside the expansion of our school lunch program, $1.7 million is supporting the continued provision in all schools. Another critical aspect of student well-being is feeling safe. Everyone deserves to feel safe, and nowhere is a feeling of safety and belonging more important than in our schools. I want to assure all students, families, and people working in Nova Scotia schools that preventing and addressing violence in schools remains a top priority for this government. I know there is a lot of focus on the release of our updated school code of conduct happening in the coming month and how we track and report unacceptable behaviors. But this is only part of the multifaceted work underway by the department. It is important to understand that students learn skills and behaviors that prevent violence at every stage and all parts of their education. For example, some of our youngest students can learn to talk about feelings rather than using their hands from reading a book and as part of language arts class. Because addressing and preventing violence is woven into curriculum, special programs and interventions delivered by teachers, as well as specialized staff and partner organization. It's impossible to isolate all the work being done within our $1.5 billion budget for public education. That said, as announced last October, we added specialized staff across our school system with the specific goal of preventing unacceptable behavior. The new resources being piloted include student supervision, security guards, child and youth care practitioners, educational and teaching assistants, and teachers specializing in behavior and classroom management. These specialized teachers are responsible to the needs of individual school communities. They are in classrooms modeling strategy teachers, and school staff can use to manage complex student behaviors. Initially, we announced 47 new positions, but it has grown to 50 jobs, made possible through a continuing $2.5 million investment in the 2025-2026. We are monitoring the impact of these new resources and looking to expand what we see working. Another major milestone this year in our work to make sure schools are places where students and staff can focus on learning was Nova Scotia's new cell phone directive. We recognize that very important role technology can play in classrooms. That is why we invested in classroom technologies like Chromebooks. But research and experience tells us that there are benefits to limiting access to cell phones and personal mobile devices in school. After talking to school staff, families, and students, we heard the same thing. Something needs to be done about cell phones in classrooms. So we acted. For the first time this school year, there are no cell phones in Nova Scotia classrooms unless a teacher decides there is an instructional reason. Older students can still have their devices during breaks, while younger students must keep them stored all day. Like everything we do, this directive was about doing what's best for our students, positioning them to build stronger interpersonal relationships and keeping their focus on learning. Another challenge we're tackling, although this is a good one, is Nova Scotia's growth. Our province has grown like never before, and we need to reflect this growth in all our overall investments in the public school system. Our schools are now responsible for more than 133,000 students, with enrollment growing every single year. Thankfully, through our $1 billion multi-year school capital plan, we are ensuring that we are able to respond to immediate growth needs and provide safe, comfortable environments for our students. Right now, 19 new or replacement schools are working their way through our school capital processes. These 19 schools are in addition to the 5 new schools that opened this year. Breton Education Centre in New Waterford, Spring Hill Elementary, École Wedgwood, École Belle Bay in Torbay, and Eastern Shore Consolidated School. 3 more schools will open in 25-26. The new École Mère et Monde on the Halifax Peninsula, École Bay Sainte Marie in Clare, and SJAM, St. Joseph's Alexander McKay Elementary School. As we work with the Department of Public Works to advance new and replacement school projects, our capital plan maintains investments in preserving, refreshing, and extending the life of existing schools. Annual funding to repair and refresh school buildings is now $30 million, up from just $6 million a few years ago. Over the past 2 years, this funding has supported more than 100 school maintenance projects across the province. We also use modular classrooms to respond to immediate growth needs. These group of classroom units connect through common hallways and include washrooms. Each is equipped with heating, ventilation, and technology, and are safe, comfortable spaces for students and teachers. Recently, our curriculum has refocused on the basics and the skills Nova Scotian students need to excel after graduation. This school year, Nova Scotia began to roll out an updated literacy strategy, starting in classrooms from pre-primary to grade 2. The new literacy strategy helps children master important literacy skills early, become independent readers, writers, and speakers, and think critically in the age of digital information. It focused more on foundational skills like phonics and phonemics. Maybe I should have took it. Awareness. In other words, what sounds letters make and how they come together to form words. The new literacy strategy supports all types of learners at every stage of their education and addresses barriers for students from underserved communities. Teachers and school staff are critical to the success of the new literacy strategy and have access to new tools, materials, and guidance to support implementation. Next year, the strategy will expand to older grades. Similar, we've introduced new math interventions, applying the latest research and methods to make sure Nova Scotia students are able to excel in mathematics. These new math supports encourage critical thinking and analytical skills in students. We're giving students more opportunities to think creatively and develop problem-solving abilities that are essential for success in academics and beyond. We also continue to offer programs and courses to help young people understand the world around them. The course Life 11 has now been in our schools for 2 years. This practical high school course gives students the skills to ask and answer important real-life questions about themselves and the world around them. Big questions like, how can decisions I make now impact my future career and education options? How can I create a spending plan that supports my financial needs and values? And how can I have an impact on my community? There's also second-year high school students now enrolled in Netagomlin. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. This course merges Mi'kmaq and Western knowledge systems as students explore their local and global environments. Dozens of students across the province have now taken the course and grown their respect and understanding of how a person should live their life on Mother Earth, where spirits guide the heart, mind, and actions. Recently, there has been a lot of interest in what students learn about gender-based and intimate partner violence. Nova Scotia has resources available to teachers and students that support teaching and learning about gender-based violence. We work with experts and community partners to ensure all students from primary to grade 12 learn about these important topics in an age-appropriate way. This school year, we've introduced new modules for students in grades 11 and 12, focused on gender-based and intimate partner violence education. We also continue to support and expand the use of specialized programs and learning resources like Guys Work, Kids in the Know, and Roots of Empathy to build a classroom learning and foster positive behaviors that support students' long-term well-being. When this terrible issue does touch our school communities, school-based teams respond to and support students and staff who are impacted by domestic violence. We make sure they can access community-based resources and government serves in a private, safe way. Another extremely important curriculum investment is in skilled trades. We are investing in skilled trade learning that gets Nova Scotia students interested in construction and transportation, manufacturing, culinary, and other in-demand careers through hands-on experience. Starting in grade 7, every school year, nearly 40,000 students learn about skilled trade and related learning through classroom learning, technology education, co-op education, skilled trade courses, and our Options and Opportunities program. We align the offerings in our school with needs, demands, and opportunities of various professions based on advice from the Department of Labor, Skills, and Immigration. To help make sure we are meeting these labor needs, 66 schools offer specialized skilled trades learning. Of these schools, 32 have physical skilled trade centers where students do hands-on learning in the fields of transportation, construction, and manufacturing. This is a great opportunity for students. Those students who successfully completed skilled trade courses under the direction of a certified journey person teacher can earn up to 500 apprenticeship hours upon their registration as an apprentice or youth apprentice. Last year, we introduced the Nova Scotia High Skills Major Certificate Pilot Program, where high school students earn credits toward graduation while developing specialized skills, earning sector-valued credentials, and experience real-world opportunities related to career interests. When it was introduced in 23-24 school year, 9 schools piloted certificates in arts, skill trade, and technology. This school year, 6 new schools joined for a total of 15. And we added a new health and wellness certificate available at the Breton Education Centre in New Waterford. Beyond the high skills major, more than 4,000 students are enrolled in co-ops this year. And, as we announced in June 2024, this month we started a new skill trade pathway pilot program with the Nova Scotia Community College. That combined annual funding for public school skilled trades learning, the options and opportunity programs called O2, and cooperative education program is $15.5 million. This is also the first full year that CSAP Act, introduced last year, is in place. The new legislation supports publicly funded French first language education programs and services to ensure the well-being and success of Nova Scotians, Acadian, and Francophone students. The new Act includes a MOU between myself as Minister and CSAP, outlining a shared commitment to collaborate and a consultation requirement for new and changing policy and regulations affecting French first language education. It also confirmed the existing roles of CSAP and its superintendent and introduced a new position dedicated to French first language education within the department. This position is permanently funded and recoverable through the Office Language and Education Protocol we have signed with the federal government. Under the protocol, the federal government provides financial support for supplemental costs while providing minority language education and second language instruction. It supports our work to provide quality educational programs and services that promote our Acadian and Francophone communities while supporting proficiency in both of Canada's official languages for all students in our province.
Order, if I could. I just want to, before we have 24 minutes left, and one of the discussions that we were having up here earlier was that because combined advanced education and education in early childhood development, that there would be 1 hour of the minister speaking and 7 hours of questions. Okay, I just wanted to be clear before, didn't want to come to the end, and I just felt, so we're going to, if that's cool, we're going to start again, but I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, okay, everybody good? Yeah. Thank you. The development. I recognize the Minister of Advanced Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to be clear, we prepared one speech respecting the time for the for questioning. So
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yep, I understand. So where was I? And that's okay.
Start over.
Yeah. All of our curriculum work, like everything we do, has been undertaken with a commitment to support each and every student regardless of their complexity of their needs. The department has an unwavering focus on equity and supporting the success for students who are historically marginalized and racialized, who come from other groups that have been traditionally underrepresented and underserved. This commitment looks like safe, caring schools. Safe, caring schools that welcome families and include the broader community as key partners in education. teaching and supports based on evidence that promote students' physically, social, emotional, and behavioral well-being and achievement. Promoting the independence of every student and developing the resilience as they progress through school. Focused on equity by supporting success for students who are historically marginalized and racialized, or who come from other groups that have been traditionally underrepresented and underserved. Stimulating and accessible learning opportunities to keep every student engaged, challenged, and inspired. Ensuring that every student sees themselves reflected throughout their schools, learning resources, and within their learning experiences. And everyone, including partners in the Department of Health and Wellness, Opportunities and Social Development and Justice, working together to support students' strengths and help address their challenges in a cultural and linguistically responsive, accepting, respectful, and supportive way that honors all students' cultural identities and values their experiences and worldviews. Nothing within our public school system would be possible without the more than 21,000 teachers, administrators, and school staffs who are charged with the achievement and well-being of more than 133,000 students. Teachers inspire, they motivate, and they empower children and youth across the province to reach their full potential and make a positive impact on the world. Supporting teachers is crucial in ensuring the success of our education system and well-being of students. Last year, we signed a new teachers' professional agreement with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. The agreement is a driver for a number of increases within our public education funding, including a significant portion of $114 million earmarked for wage increases. This year, we are also adding 278 new school staff through an investment of $17.8 million. This increase includes 40 new guidance counselors as part of the province's commitment to ensure each school site in Nova Scotia with more than 150 students has a school counselor by July 31st, 2026. Guided by the department's first teacher recruitment and retention strategy, we're also working to train, recruit, and as importantly, retain more teachers than ever before. You'll hear more about this a little later as part of the more than $465 million in grants provided to universities by the Department of Advanced Education. We are working with universities to have new teachers graduate faster and align teacher specialties within school systems. This is in part thanks to a partnership with universities that enable innovative new BED options, like the 8-month virtual BED offerings at CBU, the consolidated 14-month BED at Mount St. Vincent, the specialized math option Afrocentric cohort at Acadia, the off-campus cohorts offered by St. FX, and French language integrated and 2-year programs at University St. Anne. These programs deliver courses outside the traditional methods, allowing people the opportunity to train to become a teacher in ways that fit their lifestyle and personal situation. We are also pursuing changes that make it easier to become a teacher in Nova Scotia. We are reviewing our certificate requirements in relation to other provinces in Canada and how they align with what we believe teachers need to be successful as they begin their careers. This move aligns requirements to teach in Nova Scotia with other career paths like nursing and teacher certification needs in other provinces. We've also taken action to make sure local voices have a say in the direction of our education system. Since 2023, we have been strengthening the pathways for families and communities around our schools to shape what is going on inside schools. One of the most powerful paths is through the school advisory councils. SACs are advisory bodies to individual school principals and regional centers for education, or CSAP, on a range of issues related to their local schools and the overall school system. SAC membership can vary, but generally is made up of the school principal, parents and guardians, teachers, and other school staff, students, and community members. While SACs have always received funding, last year we made big changes in the magnitude of supports SACs get from the province. In 2024, we funded the first projects through a new SAC Innovation Fund grant. The fund enables new and innovative projects to support students' achievement and well-being through grants of up to $100,000. Projects test an idea, which, if shown to be successful, can be expanded to other schools. Funded projects last year's included expanding school gardens with hydroponic equipment, building a model apartment for students with special needs to practice everyday life skills in a realistic environment, and purchasing technology to create multilingual multimedia to help newcomer students navigate their new school, education system, and community. We also brought all SAC chairs and their principals, more than 700 people, together for a full-day conference with sessions addressing some of the most pressing opportunities and challenges within our school. All of these accomplishments are carried out in partnerships with the NSTU, the Public School Administrator Association of Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia universities, and all of our educational partners. Only together can we build the best possible public education system for our children and youth. Education and childcare continue to be priorities for this government. The investments we are making in these areas are necessary to seize a more prosperous future for Nova Scotians, helping families and supporting growth. As I said at the onset of my remarks, Budget 25-26 makes investments that help unlock the potential of Nova Scotia. For the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, this future is confident, capable young people ready to contribute to a prosperous and thriving Nova Scotia. It's no student sitting in class hungry. It's supported and empowered school staff and school communities. It's an accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high-quality childcare system. Thank you. I will now turn my attention to the work of the Department of Advanced Education.
Just so you're aware, 14 minutes, 32 seconds, okay?
They just told me to go quick, but I don't know if I can. Yeah.
You can cover it. Just don't dilly-dally.
Okay. Don't dilly-dally. On behalf of the Government of Nova Scotia, our Department of Advanced Education works closely with Nova Scotia's 10 universities, the Nova Scotia Community College, private career colleges, and language schools to ensure accountability within our higher education sector. We support Nova Scotians in accessing post-secondary education through financial assistance for students, post-secondary accessibility services, and programming supports marginalized communities. We work closely with partners and other government departments representing key sectors like healthcare, labor, research and innovation, and housing and education to build a stronger Nova Scotia. This is also my first budget as advanced education. As I've learned more about both the day-to-day business and strategic direction of the department, I have been tremendously impressed and inspired by the work done to support our post-secondary students and institutions, as well as the long-term vision of a prosperous and thriving Nova Scotia. Our 2025-26 budget speaks to our focus on government priorities, particularly related to affordability, accountability, and building the workforce Nova Scotia needs. The team and I are committed to innovation, new pathways for collaboration, and the strengthening of programs that keep the best interests of students and the needs of our labor market at the center of everything we do. It is my hope that as I walk you through our priorities, investments, and programs, you too will come to understand the vision for the future. Now more than ever, it's critical Nova Scotians be able to rely on Nova Scotia. That we make smart, sustainable investments in our people and institutions. For the Department of Advanced Education and our government, this means making educational offerings and supports in our province attractive, accessible, and affordable. It means aligning and enhancing post-secondary programs to the labor needs of communities across the province so students can find jobs after graduations and employers have access to top-tier, made-in-Nova Scotia talent. It means investing in our not only the education of tomorrow's healthcare workers, tradespeople, teachers, and others, but also in students' housing that they can call home while in school. It means making sure students get hands-on work experience that connect them to the labor market and increase the likelihood that they will stay in Nova Scotia after graduation. And in this time, when so many are struggling with affordability, it's important we carry out this work in a way that maximizes government investment and prioritizes accountability within the institutions we fund. With all that in mind, advanced education total for the upcoming 25-26 fiscal year is $732,171,000. This year budget estimate represents an increase of approximately $6.6 million. It shows a fiscal responsible increase of less than 1% made possible through the streamlining of our work and prioritization of things that are most important to Nova Scotians. Funding for university remains nearly stable at a combined approximate investment of $465.5 million in provincial grants. Within these grants are some of the government's budgeted highlights you've already heard about. $2.4 million for the second year of the Atlantic Vet College funding agreement to train more veterinarians, a total of $50.8 million. $322,000 for a total of $5 million for the final year of the four-year $13 million commitment to create 3,244 additional paid internships for post-secondary students. $3.5 million to continue the expanding nursing training programs as part of a four-year commitment to add 80 new nursing seats, Cape Breton University, Dal, and St. FX. The budget also provides an 8% increase for funding for the Nova Scotia Community College to help ensure student supports and services are maintained. It helps keep the option of studying at NSCC more affordable and therefore accessible, with funding including maintaining support for the newly opened Sydney Waterfront campus, as well as increased funding for the practical nurse seat expansion. This budget maintains funding for programs students rely on, including Nova Scotia Student Assistance, the Provincial Loan Forgiveness Program, the Repayment Assistance Program, and the Nova Scotia 0% interest benefit. More on all of this later. As we continue to support Research Nova Scotia as well as funded 67 full-time equivalent positions within the Department of Advanced Education to enable our critical work. One of the first things I want to touch on is the importance of research. We can't make thoughtful, deliberate, and innovative decisions about the future of our province without a robust and focused research agenda. Helping Nova Scotia become a global research and innovative destination is our valued partner, Research Nova Scotia, or RNS. Research Nova Scotia is an arm's-length, independent organization charged with funding research projects and specialized research infrastructure at our post-secondary institutions. It's fully funded by the province through the Department of Advanced Education to advance important projects that address timely and relevant provincial priorities and to build research capacity and research-related opportunities here in Nova Scotia. Last year, RNS launched its new focused research investment model, asking research to submit proposals for research that would help tackle a current and pressing challenge facing Nova Scotians. We had four research projects. IWK Health Center received $7 million to explore Mi'kmaq knowledge to create health and wellness solutions. CBU received $12.4 million to enhance healthcare housing and social support for aging rural Nova Scotians. Dal received $6.5 million to bring together support networks and a new whole system approach to youth mental health. And Restorative Lab, based out of Dalhousie Schulich School of Law, received $1 million to create integrated restorative communities. Sandbox bring post-secondary students together with peers, mentors, and advisors to develop innovative and entrepreneurial skills that can be transferred into work environments. This year, there is $800,000 in funding available to sandboxes. Nova Scotia is home to 10 universities, 14 Nova Scotia community college campuses, and many private career and language schools. All of these programs, or all these institutions, are essential partners in training the skilled workers our province needs to build more housing, provide health care, teach our children, and drive a healthy economy. Each of Nova Scotia's world-class universities, Acadia, the Atlantic School of Theology, Cape Breton, Dalhousie, Mount St. Vincent, NASCAD, St. Mary's, St. Fraser Xavier, St. Anne, and King's College, offer something unique, while consistently providing high-quality, in-demand programs that give students the skills they need to thrive. They are also important partners. In the past year alone, we have collaborated to create a new state-of-the-art nursing facility at Acadia. We've added seats in Dal's Medical School. Together with Dalhousie, we've also advanced the new CBU Medical School announcement in 2023. We've announced the expansion of Mount St. Vincent's Child Care Center to support the care of 82 more children. And we've partnered with multiple universities to offer more Bachelor of Education options. In collaboration with other Atlantic provincial governments, we've also continued to invest in Atlantic open education resources. Last year, the department for the first time introduced bilateral agreements with our universities. These agreements required our universities to fill health program seats on an average enrollment rate of at least 97%, develop international student sustainability plans, increase student housing options for students, increase reporting on key data sets, and better align with government priorities. Work together to develop an inter-university plan to reduce administrative expenses by a minimum of 5%. This requirement meant that universities in HRM and Cape Breton municipality need to increase student housing options to ensure there are enough beds to accommodate 15% of full-time enrollment. Across the board, the new bilateral agreement placed a 2% cap on tuition increases for all Nova Scotia undergraduate students.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay. They also placed a minimum tuition increase of 9% for the first year of international undergraduate students. Beyond the requirements and substance of the agreement, they've helped increase collaboration on key government priorities and enhance communication within and between universities. While the agreements were accompanied by annual operating grants for most universities, there were provisions for holdbacks to ensure specific targets were met. This approach has meant that to date, our schools offering health programs have delivered on the requirement to fill at least 97% of health seats. As the recipients of a collective estimated $465.5 million in operating grants from the province, I support this move to increased accountability and alignment. Alongside our universities, we have another world-class post-secondary institution, Nova Scotia Community College. It is an understatement to say this institution rises to meet their mandate under Nova Scotia Community Colleges Act, enhancing the economic and social well-being of our province. Budget 25-26 funding has enabled NSCC to continue to move the needle on some of the most pressing labor needs. While our post-secondary institutions are some of the most important partners, it's our students that are at the center of everything we do. While there are big, complex issues, we're doing everything we can to make progress students can benefit from immediately. It is an extremely part of our department's core program is working to make sure all learners can access a post-secondary education. We do this by removing barriers, including financial ones. We also use affordability incentives to attract students to the most in-demand careers. Even with this breadth of supports in place, we're always looking for new ideas and solutions. The department is listening to students in Nova Scotia and making sure that we do all we can to make life in college or university and beyond as affordable as possible. As you can see, this is a very important time for the Department of Education, with a renewed need to look inward and rely on one another to ensure a strong, vibrant Nova Scotia. Few organizations have as big a part to play as our post-secondary education. I believe in the work of both the departments, and I believe we are making a positive impact that will be felt for generations to come. Thank you. I am now happy to take questions. Can I take a quick bathroom break? Do you guys mind? 30 seconds?
Please do. Thank you,
Thank you.
Minister. Yep. So if I could, I'm going to call a break here for 5 minutes. To save me having. So I'm going to bring the committee back to order. Just was advised by the official opposition that they would welcome a motion so we can you can have more staff at the table if you wish, provided it's approved unanimous consent. So I'm asking for unanimous consent to allow additional staff at the table. All opposed, or all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So that settles that question. All right, we're back in session. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimates and resolutions. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share their time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition and advise that I'll give, if it's 10 minutes, just a notice on 10 minutes, another on 5. So to begin, I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Minister for his opening remarks. We'll do what we can for this first hour, focus on education and early childhood development. Be careful with using the word education given the overlap. Just some questions in response to remarks before we get to prepared things. The minister alluded to the positives of the recently launched lunch program. He made reference to creating good paying jobs through this program. We know that many people working in the food service industry work in precarious employment. So when the minister says good paying jobs, I'm curious to know how many individuals preparing lunches for schools are employed as stable employees through education entities on salary with benefits and access to sick leave, and if they've been connected to a sort of a parallel bargaining unit for the purposes of classification.
Minister?
1 second.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I recognize Minister Maguire.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question and recognize his work, not just as a teacher, but as former president of the NSTU, and the great work that he's done. He has the people I know in the system, he has a fantastic reputation. He's a hard worker. We're really proud of the lunch program. And as an educator, I know that the member sees the value in that. Like, it is extremely important. We know that when there are kids going to school hungry, it's harder for them to learn. I wish that this program was there when I was a kid, right? I wish this program was around since the beginning of time. I know that the previous government had rolled out the breakfast program, and this government saw the importance of the lunch program. The truth of the matter is we didn't wait for the federal government to step in with funding, as was promised. We delivered a made in Nova Scotia solution to the lunch program. We couldn't wait. And it was rolled out to 258 schools the first year. And I will get into the question, but I will say this, like, I think everybody in this room and anyone that has any knowledge of the education system and the complexities within the education system should realize how big of a task that was and how exceptional of a job the department and others did rolling this out. You know, we served over 2 million meals, and there are obviously spin-off employment from that. Employers that have to create the meals. And what I would say when it comes to the member's question is that those employers are subject to the labor codes and the Trade Act. They have the right to unionize if they want to unionize. And I'm concerned about getting those lunches in the classroom, healthy, nutritious lunches in the classroom, so that those children can learn, they can have a full stomach, and it impacts the classroom. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I have 3 children in school. 2 of them have taken advantage of the lunch program. And, you know, we pay a full amount. One of the, I think, 5% of people that pay the full amount. But the impact in the classroom has been huge. And it's not just, you know, we look at like having a full belly, and that is a big thing. But it's also around food education. You know, some of these youth maybe haven't had broccoli or other foods. And they're being introduced to these foods, healthy foods. You know, I had a parent reach out to me who said, my child was upset over the mac and cheese. And we all know if you're an MLA, you heard about the mac and cheese, right? Let's be honest. And I said, oh yeah? And I was waiting for, like, you know, let's be honest, mac and cheese doesn't travel well. There were some bumps along the way, and we're redoing the menu, and we're getting feedback from the students and the staff on what works and what didn't. And obviously, we don't want to send food that children aren't going to like. So I said, I understand it was cold. And she said, no. She said, my child was upset because when he saw mac and cheese, he thought it was Kraft Dinner. And he was upset that it wasn't Kraft Dinner. So at first he didn't want to eat it. And then when he ate it, he came home and he was like, why isn't this mac and cheese? Like, why aren't we having that? So it is providing employment right across the province, obviously, if you're making that kind of lunch. And they are, as any business in Nova Scotia, as any employer in Nova Scotia, they have to follow the labor laws and the trade union agreement.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Yeah, I reiterate the question. So based on the minister's response, I could infer some things, but I don't want to do that. So my question was, how many individuals preparing lunches are employed through education entities as salaried employees with benefits and access to sick time? And what hourly rate are they being paid? I asked this question. I mean, it's fine to suggest that private employers have a duty to abide by the labor code, and there's a minimum wage. Those things are true. But it's also a fact that Nova Scotia has the highest proportion of workers in any province that are working poor, that work multiple minimum wage jobs and still can't afford to live. And a livable wage in Nova Scotia, according to research provided annually by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, indicates that a livable wage in Nova Scotia falls in the $24 to $28.30 range, $24 to $28.30 an hour range, and that was those facts were published, and that research was published in 2024. So at a time that we are, I agree, engaging in the effort to provide a public good, which is making sure children have healthy food to eat at lunch that supports learning and wellness. That's a worthy project. I'm not here to argue otherwise. I've advocated for that for years as a classroom teacher, as a union leader, as an elected member of a national federation that lobbied the federal government to create the National Food Program. It's a worthy endeavor. Nonetheless, how we create that public good should also extend to, this is public money. We should not be funding programs and ensure that people that are creating this food struggle to make their living. So, you know, the question again, how many individuals preparing lunches are employed by education entities as salaried employees with benefits and access to sick leave on a full-time basis? I'm looking for a number.
Before I recognize the minister, if you've read that information from a document, we need to have it tabled, please. Yep. Thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you.
I recognize the minister.
Thank the honourable member for the question. It actually varies by RC, Regional Centre for Education, and the model that they choose. Sorry, the paper. Sorry. Some are self-operated, some are on-site contracted, and then some are on-site or off-site vendors. But we will get you the numbers.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
The minister's remarks identified addressing violence as a top priority. In those remarks, he characterized the tracking of school violence as only part. I'm interested in that phrasing because the absence of a current mechanism to reliably track and report on school violence was identified in the June 2024 report by the Auditor General on school violence as a systemic shortcoming that inhibits the department's ability to A, understand the scope and severity of school violence across grade levels and communities, and B, inform the department's policy, programs, and response to violence in terms of staffing and resources. So on one hand, I agree that tracking is a component of a comprehensive response to school violence. But from where educators, parents, and students living with epidemic school violence sit, the inability to have an accurate picture of the problem and data to inform about what needs to happen in what order is a major impediment to a well-developed, well-resourced strategy to address this issue. So I'm asking the minister where in the budget, under what line, under the EECD budget, we are going to find the funds that are going to, in short order, provide a reliable, accurate, accessible tracking or reporting mechanism for staff to be able to log in information about violent incidents at school. I'll have a supplemental to that. I'll leave that question so it's not too complicated.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. I agree. We need data. We need to be able to see what's happening on the ground and hear from those that are impacted, and that's why we've taken this on, and that's why we're taking this approach. When it comes to the school code of conduct and safe schools and strategy and emergency management, we are working with the unions, we are working with the families, we are working with the administrators, we are working with experts, the department, the RCEs, and we're hearing directly from them. This isn't a government-led initiative. And what I mean by that is this isn't something that we're the experts. We know. We don't want to hear any of the voices. We've taken the approach of we want to hear from the people on the ground. We want to hear from the experts. We want to hear from the people that are impacted. And the solutions cannot be one size fits all. Violence and bullying, and it impacts people, it impacts children in a different way. Last year, so you asked where we'll find it, right? So it'll be in wages. It's in wages. So last year we hired 50 new positions, and this year we are going to hire 278 new positions, because in order to implement the code of conduct and to curb any violence in school. And I actually, I mean it when I say, one incident of violence is one incident too many. Whether it's against a student, whether it's against an administrator or a teacher or a support staff. Any violence in our schools is absolutely 100% unacceptable. Nobody should go to a school and feel unsafe. No student, no teacher, no staff, no principal. We're enhancing Power School, which will allow for tracking. We will make data-driven decisions, but it's not just about data. It's about collaboration. It's about hearing from the people that are impacted the most. We've worked with the RCEs on emergency management plan, which provides guidance on evacuation routes, evacuation processes. These are essential things. It is kind of sad, to be frank, if I can be frank in this room. It's sad that we have to do these things. But we have to do it to protect our children and to protect the staff and the teachers who are invaluable. And the complexity, the member would know more than, well, there's a couple of teachers around this room, I guess. But you would all know how much the school system has changed and the difficulties that are faced every single day. And that's why I believe that the code of conduct is extremely important. We want to empower our teachers. We want to empower our administrators. And I will say, I've been at this a short time, and one of the things I hear is confusion. Confusion from teachers, from staff. What can I do? What am I allowed to do? Well, this policy here is changing. We are going to give them consistency and tools so that they can do their job to their best of the ability. And that plays into retention. You know, like I said, there's educators around this table. It doesn't matter if you're a teacher or pipe fitter or politician, doesn't matter what you are. If you walk into a toxic workplace, it's not good. If you walk into a workplace where you feel unsafe, it's not good. And that is the reason why this is important. And I agree. We will have the data. They will have access to the data. We want our people on the ground to be inputting this so that we don't stand up here and say, these are the decisions that are going to be made. And they look and go, why? What we want to do is say, we see you, we hear you, and these decisions are based on that.
I recognize the MLA for Stafford Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. The minister's remarks identified that the funding commitment to a tracking mechanism would be under the wages line and the budget, and I'm just wondering on what page or item I can find that. I'm looking, there's a salary and employee benefits, but that appears to be departmental expenses, not school. And then when I go to programs and services, presumably staff salaries come out of the P-12 base funding operating grants. That's not a broken out line item. So I understand from the minister that there's an intention to hire additional staff to support appropriate tracking. But it's not clear to me where tracking isn't only about staff. It's also about, is this going to be paper-based? Is it going to be a digital portal? Is tracking going to occur through existing software? Who's going to have access to that? So I'm just not, I appreciate the response. I'm just not able to locate wages as a line item. In the budget document, I'm just looking for a page reference and a line number for reference.
I recognize the minister.
So a couple of things. Thanks for the question. As I stated earlier, we are upgrading Power School, and that's, where we're going to be able to track. One of the things we actually heard was, through negotiations and conversations, was staff wanted to track their own incidences. They didn't want somebody else doing it for them. They wanted to be able to track it so that they can put their own personal experience into the system. And we agreed. Part of the latest teachers agreement that we signed was also 40 new guidance counselors, dedicated staff resources on safety. We have overall staffing increases. So we are listening to them. And what we heard, and even, it was a conversation that we had with support staff too. They want to be able to implement, and they want access to Power School and to be able to implement their own information. And we are giving them that. Because I believe, we want to see and we want to hear from the staff that were directly impacted, and the best way for them to do it, and they agree, is to put it in themselves.
Thank you. I recognize the MLA for Cobequid-Sackville.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I continue with my questions, the report I referenced earlier is here for tabling purposes.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you for your
if you wish, we can. If there's others, we can wait till the end too. So there's no urgency.
That's fine. Thanks for your understanding. I'm glad to hear the department has heard the concern of education support staff. I know that they have been locked out entirely. They have no access to Power School whatsoever at any point in the performance of their duties. That's problematic in a number of respects, not the least of which is they are often directly connected to the delivery of inclusive education supports that are documented through a component of Power School. For those at home, it's called TINET, and we're into the weeds for teacher geeks here. But I'm glad to hear that the department plans to address that barrier to access for school support staff. The Auditor General's report called for set a target implementation date for both a province-wide strategy to address violence and that includes a tracking mechanism. Is access for the comprehensive range of staff that have contact with students. It would be easy to think about staff needing to report violence as limited to teachers or support staff that may be in classrooms with students on a regular basis. However, folks that represent school admin. We know one of the victims of the terrible stabbing that occurred at CPL High School close to 2 years ago was an office admin staff. Didn't have, aside from students popping in and out of the office, those folks can also be subject to violence, custodians, bus drivers, all of the staff that are connected to a school community. Access to Power School is going to be important so that they can log, violence as they witness it or experience it. Is this work on track to be part of the solution to school violence for September 2025, as per the recommendation of the Auditor General? And if it's not, what is the adjusted timeline when this is going to be in place?
I recognize the minister.
First I want to recognize, I know that that horrible incident, I think, was your home school, right? So those were your colleagues and friends. So I know it's not easy. In consultation, we heard loud and clear, and I'm actually glad that you brought this up so we can have this conversation on the record, because a lot of times when we talk about school violence, for some reason, some individuals get left out in that conversation, that public conversation. And what I can tell you is that that's no more. We hear them. We know that there is, they too, whether you're a custodian or an administrator, you are subject potentially to violence. So we're working with them, and we are, we will see some things in the school strategy which actually is on track, and the code of conduct is on track to be released March 2025. And I'm not trying to filibuster here, but I do want to say there was a lot of work put into this. I mean, the member would know that. And there was a lot of voices heard here. And one of the things that, if you would get, if I'm okay to have a couple minutes, one of the things that when I first became Minister of Community Services, one of the things that I tried to do is, when we do policies, when we do direction from the department, is that one size doesn't fit all, and that we need to encompass and hear as many first voices as we can, whether it's African Nova Scotian, the LGBTQI community, whether it's the Mi'kmaq community, which is the newcomers. Like there's so many different voices. And when it came to community services, for me, it was about those programs have to look different depending on who you're dealing with or who you're interacting with. And so that's why I think the code of conduct is so important, and that was one of the emphasis for me personally in the department, was to say, like, hey, listen, like if Paul Wozni is acting up in school, and and so-and-so is acting up in school, and they come from a different background, different beliefs, different culture, it's not the same. It's not the same how you interact. So what I can tell you is that we are on track. We'll make sure that we encompass and as many voices as we can. I can't emphasize that enough. If you don't see yourself in the policy, if you don't have input into the policy, then what the heck is you're just not going to follow it. And so I'm excited for the work that was done and is being done. I'm excited that the department, and that work started well before me, understood the importance of communities and First Voices. It is on track, and I think, listen, nothing's perfect, but I think it's going to be, I think a lot of people are going to be happy, and I think in general it'll be extremely well received.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I've long held in a number of roles and capacities that our code of conduct was outdated and was really a stale document and out of touch with realities of school. So I support the redevelopment of the school code of conduct. I believe that wide consultation is the foundation to that being relaunched and renewed in a way that's truly meaningful. It has been drawn to my attention that there are some parties that have not yet been included. Those include school support staff. The leadership of their unions have indicated that they've requested to provide input. I know that gender-based violence and intimate partner violence advocates have requested to have input. I want to be clear that I recognize, and they have confirmed, they have been consulted and are participating in the development of the curriculum resources that are age appropriate across grade levels. So that's good. I'm not arguing that point. But they've asked and haven't been responded to in terms of being able to provide input on an update to the school code of conduct with that gender-based violence and gendered lens. So I'm not suggesting that consultation has not can happen broadly. We recognize that you've spoken with a number of folks and they confirm that. That's a good thing. That's a good lesson to work forward from on the cell phone policy at work, because you talk to lots of people and because you listen to lots of people, you got a policy that actually worked. So my offering the perspective of these folks to say, hey, we haven't yet been heard. They're ready to speak before the policy drops. And I would just encourage you to loop back to them and make sure they have that. They're specifically looking to talk about that rather than talk about school violence in the context of other processes. I won't ask you to comment. I know that school support staff are currently in a round of collective bargaining, and I know there's aspects of that process about school. Don't want to comment on that, but there's a place for school violence to be discussed directly in a code of conduct that doesn't compromise the confidentiality of bargaining. That's what I'm trying to draw to the minister's attention. There's an opportunity, there's lots of room for you to include both of those groups before the release of the policy, and I would argue that that insight is going to be invaluable in informing it and making changes before it launches that are going to make it a better policy and the most effective it can be. Glad to know the school code of conduct appears on track for March 2025, which is ahead of time in terms of the target implementation date. The piece that I'm concerned about, I agree that the school code of conduct needs to take into account the complexity of the issue It needs to empower the school system to respond differently because violence has different causes. Not everybody who is violent in a school is violent for the same reasons or has the same capacity to be in control of themselves because of the wide disparity of developmental stages that students have because of their ages. So I agree with you wholeheartedly there. A good policy, the policy as currently written doesn't take that into account. It's one of the major shortcomings of the policy. That's a good thing. I will say that I disagree that tracking has to be contextual. Data collection has to be structured in such a way that inputs, we can't have 10 different stakeholder groups within the school system reporting violence according to their own wishes, and that result in reliable data that's usable. So my questions around tracking are that data, I agree, data is not everything, but it is an important building block to decision making. One of my concerns is it's not clear to me that tracking is going to be reliable, everyone's going to have access to it, and it's going to result in immediately usable and reliable data to inform decision making. I recognize it's a big job, but nonetheless, making sure everybody who's impacted by school violence can file reports into this upgrade to Power School is a really, really big deal, right? If that doesn't work the way that it should, you're going to have hundreds of people whose incidents are not going to be known by the school system, right? You may become aware that certain segments of staff experience violence along certain trend lines, and a particular approach is needed in that respect. You're not going to get that data. So my question about is the target implementation date for the recommendations of the Auditor General. School code is one, but a real tracking system is another really, really important building block. One, code of conduct is a building block, but this tracking thing, boy howdy, if we don't get it right, this program is going to continue to roll downhill and have very, very dire costs for our school system. So what can the minister tell me about the progress of the development of a tracking mechanism and its readiness for the deployment by September 2025? If it's not going to be ready by September 2025, what can the minister tell me about an adjusted timeline for implementation and usage?
Twenty-two minutes remaining.
Pee every hour, so like it's got to be close.
I recognize the minister.
That's no joke. You know what? I agree. I agree 100%. I'm actually glad that, and I'll get into your question, but I'm actually glad that we got to sit here and do this. Because I believe you. Like, I think, I know that your heart's in the right place. And the truth is that I know that you've advocated for some of these things that are coming in now. And you've advocated for them for a long time. And so before I get into the question, I do want to say I appreciate it. And thank you, right? It's not always easy to, especially when you see it firsthand, when you're dealing with it firsthand. And so, I would say that the updated code of conduct, the violence in school, the school safety stuff, not just as a teacher but as a union leader, I think you can, hold your head up high, because part of this coming forward was the work of the NSTU and yourself, obviously as leader, and so what I can tell you is that around the tracking system, there will be very defined fields and very defined definitions. There's going to be training, and it'll be user-friendly. We need real data, if you know what I mean. Like, it just can't be like, you know, we have to rely on data, but we also have to know that the data is accurate and it's real. So there is going to be a full rollout. There will be very defined definitions of incidents and how to track them. And, you know, I know it sounds kind of silly, but because, you know, you and I are the same age and we grew up in IT and all that stuff, but there is a lot of professionals that don't have that experience. So we're going to make, it's going to be user-friendly. So we have put a lot of emphasis on making sure that the data we get is real, the data we get is specific and accurate, and that it's accessible. So we want to make sure that when Tim Hallman, who's 80 Tim Hallman, who's in his 60s, logs into Power School, and Derek Mumbercat, who's in his 20s, logs into Power School, that they can understand it, right? That the generational gap when it comes to IT, and that they're comfortable using it, because you know as well as I know, if you log into the system, you don't understand it, you have no training, and it's not user-friendly, then you're not going to use it, so you're not getting the data, or, you know, you use it, but you log something incorrectly, or you track something. So we are going to put a lot of emphasis on how it's rolled out, how it's tracked, and just as importantly, user-friendly, so that people can understand it and we get as accurate data as possible.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree that the sort of the target or the objective is vital. The detail I'm asking about is when can the system, when can students, when can staff count on, yeah, we have an ability to collect accurate, reliable data in a way that's accessible and user-friendly, that all of those qualities of data collection are great. When is it going to be live? And if it's not September 2025, when is it going to be?
I recognize the Minister.
I'm going to give the shortest answer I've ever given in committee before, September 2025.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank the Minister for that. Brevity doesn't have to be painful, Minister.
What's that?
It's a lesson I'm still learning. I said brevity doesn't have to be painful. It can be liberating. It's a lesson I've learned lots about. You've commented about, you know, the extensive efforts to consult widely in the process of developing the school code of conduct. You know, and other aspects of responding to school violence. I would just like to encourage the Minister to consider, it's one thing, I know as a leader, it's one thing to tell people that you're listening, but one of the most powerful ways that people know that you're listening is to say back to them what you've heard. And for people to see in your précis or summary of what you've heard, yeah, I actually said that. I feel heard and seen by that summary. So I want to encourage the Minister. I don't know if there are plans to do so as these different components of a response to school violence kind of come on stream. But, you know, one of the concerns we have as the opposition that's been brought to us by loads of stakeholders is it doesn't feel like there's a lot of talk going into the system, but the system is not talking back to us about what's happening and why we're approaching it this way. So I don't offer that as an attack. I offer that as food for thought about approach on an issue that's as material an interest to pretty much everybody in public schools. It makes sense to be as communicative as possible about what we're doing right now, how we're going about that, when you can expect things to come, so people know when things are going to land and what opportunities they have to communicate and ask questions. So I'm not going to ask how much that's going to cost or how much in the budget is there, but I just urge you to consider devoting resources to that effort, because I think you'll get a better rollout. I think you have better buy-in, and I think it might be odd for an opposition member to say this, but you'll actually get more flowers for the good work that you do by taking that approach. You know, good work is worth celebrating, regardless of who happens to sit in government. I want to ask a little bit more on school violence through some different lenses. Unfortunately, reported incidents of racist behaviors in our schools has tripled, and discriminatory behaviors have nearly quadrupled over the past 7 years. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to what consultations have been undertaken and are upcoming to ensure that this particular unique issue, I know violence is far-reaching, but violence that has this component of racism and prejudice is a particularly unique problem. What consultations have been undertaken or are upcoming to ensure that it's addressed in the upcoming relaunch of the Code of Conduct?
As I, excuse me, as I recognize the minister. Yes, we're going to take a short pause.
I just need 1 minute.
So order, we're going to, okay, order. We're back, and I recognize Minister. No, I don't.
So thank you for the question, and sorry about the interruption, but thank you for the question. It's extremely important, extremely important. It's extremely important that we teach our children at a young age. And, you know, as a parent of three, myself and my partner, we taught and continue to teach our children about different people, different beliefs, you know, who people love, and it's just about acceptance. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen everywhere. And so the department takes this very, very seriously. I take it very, very seriously. We have in the department teams of individuals for Mi'kmaq leadership and African Nova Scotian leadership. There is a ministerial advisory council. And the department doesn't make decisions when it comes to programming and inclusive education, violence and racism in schools without going to the experts first. We go to our Mi'kmaq leadership group, our African Nova Scotia leadership group. They do consultations. They bring back the information. We go to the Ministerial Advisory Council. You know, the one thing about, and you'll be there someday, I'm sure, but one thing about being a minister is you're just not an expert on all of it, right? Like, no matter how much you think you know the department, and that's why you have to rely on people. And you've got to rely on consultation, and you've got to surround yourself with different experiences. I firmly believe that you got to surround yourself with smarter people, which isn't very difficult in my case, but I love to surround myself with smarter people, people who have different experiences in life. I would never, ever roll out anything to do with around cultural issues, LGBTQI community, plus community, sorry, without first consulting and dealing with individuals on the ground who are the experts. You know, without going to our teams in the department and getting, you know, the best possible information and data. Because I said it earlier, and you know as an educator, it doesn't matter what you roll out. If people don't see themselves in it, it's not going to work. Like, we can talk about the Code of Conduct and School Safety Act. We can talk about curriculum till we're blue in the face. And I am sure when it comes to curriculum, like, you could probably talk me under the table. But the truth is if we don't have first voices in all of this, if we don't do our best as leaders to hear everybody, and I mean everybody. And so what I would ask of you, I know that you're asking me the questions, but what I would ask of you is, if you feel or you know of individuals who feel left out, let me know. Let me know. I'll meet with anyone, anywhere, if it advances our children's education, if it helps our teachers and our staff, if it makes Nova Scotia's education system more inclusive, safer, and, you know, I could probably go on a long time about this, but I'm going to, you know, let you have some more questions. But I just think that it's an extremely important topic. We take it serious. We have teams of experts, and we do a ton of consultation on this.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I'm certainly aware of this, the structural channels that exist within the ECD, the Council on African Canadian Education, you know, the Council on, you know, on Mi'kmaq Education. I'm aware of those official channels. I guess, you know, and those are important starting points. They're there for a reason. You know, they're appointed through governor and council process. They're vetted. You know, they're put forward by community and are viewed as legitimate perspectives on behalf of the communities they represent. But school violence is too important an issue to sensationalize it, and the living experiences of African Nova Scotians and Indigenous students and newcomer students who are subject to racist and prejudiced behavior and racist and prejudiced violence at school is way too serious an issue to try to play any games with it. So I asked the question in the spirit of, you know, those bodies, if you're not a student in a school, you may have grown up and attended school, but who are the right now voices that are experiencing the violence of this variety that the department is tapping into? And I don't think that there are standing channels. You know, this issue is so sensitive that I would argue it's not trauma informed to ask African Nova Scotian student members of school advisory councils to speak to their experiences on this as part of that work. It's just way too personal and sensitive. So I guess I'm looking for, you know, and the other thing that I'd say above and beyond, you know, sort of the structural channels in the department, it would be very easy to think this is an issue that's just about kids. And while we absolutely want students to feel safe, African Nova Scotian staff, Indigenous staff, staff that are racialized, otherwise racialized, they experience violence that's racist. And so getting to that input is very sensitive work, and it has to be pursued intentionally. And that's a lesson that I learned and, you know, from some of the equity facing work that we attempted to do in my time as NSTU president. So when I ask the question, it's not a gotcha, but how is the department, what consultations are tapping into that perspective, knowing that it's got to be done in a trauma-informed, culturally responsive way? And if it's not being done, what plans are underway to make sure that that input is gathered and informs the code of conduct? We can't only talk to adults through existing channels. We've got to have a diversity perspective, and the first voice of impacted kids and the first voice of impacted staff. It can't just be, you know, I represented 10,000 teachers in Nova Scotia, but when we needed to tap into the perspective of African Nova Scotian and Black teachers, I didn't simply spout off. We turned to first voice perspectives to make sure that rang out loud and clear and hit the nail directly on the head. So that's perhaps the question wasn't phrased most effectively, but that's what I'm trying to get at with the question.
I recognize the, excuse me, the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Chair, given the substance of the question, I appreciate the minister's, efforts to gather, the content and the appropriate. I'm just worried about 90 seconds before we're cut off for this section.
Minute 48.
I'll go right into it right now.
If we're going to get cut off, I would prefer to defer until we can pick it up later in the day. So I just don't want to see it truncated just because a clock bell rings.
We can wait if you want.
So I'm going to rule on that. I'm asking if we've got a minute and 30 seconds left. Ask if you want to cede your time, the remainder of your time to the Liberal Party.
You finish your comments. Yeah, you can just make a comment and then I'll follow up in the next round for you.
Yeah, my only comment is I would rather not the minister's answer be on this question
Understood.
be
Yep.
cut off because
Yep.
of time.
Yep.
So if we can defer that to the next allotted time for us, we'll pick it up then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
I'll recognize the minister.
So we've got about a minute left. I'm not, as you know, it's very complicated. There's a lot of things going on the ground, and I do appreciate you, your consideration and allowing me to pick it up in the next round. I will say, Mr. Chair, this has been a great back and forth. It's been one where, you get to see, I've known Mr. Wozni, or the member, for, I don't know when we first met. It was a long time ago. And what I will say is he's grown into a leader, and he's done an exceptional job, and his passion has really shone through here. So I'll put that on the record. Did a great job with the NSTU. By all accounts, was a fantastic, I think, math teacher.
Order.
English.
Order. the time, the hour allotted to the NDP or the official opposition has expired, and we'll move on now to the member from the third party. I recognize. I recognize MLA from Sydney, yeah, sorry, dear. Sydney, member 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't anticipate any compliments from the minister, but I do want to start off by saying this, and I look forward to the conversation. And I always want to start out, I had the privilege of being the Minister of Education for a while. I also got to serve a little bit in labor and advanced education whenever I was asked to do it over the years. I have a tremendous amount of respect for staff because at one point they were mine. And I watched staff pour their hearts into really big, important projects for our kids. I used to say that in education all the time, it's all about the babies. That was my slogan. Whatever we can do for kids in government, it's a day well spent for the work that we do to support our kids. So to everyone in the room, there's some familiar faces. Good to see you. And please pass along my best to the department. So we're going to start the first half with education. So we'll see how this format works. So we'll do the first half hour with early education, early childhood development. So, and it'd be more of a conversation for me because there's some things that are coming to an end in agreements that the government's going to have to look at what the next step is going to be. I'll start with childcare. I had the opportunity to meet with the federal minister in November just to have a conversation about what the next steps for the Canada-Nova Scotia Child Care Agreement could be. And we all know that with the success of the program, some of the parameters were based on a population that isn't as big as it is now. So, and I know that there's been a lot of work done around wages and pensions and benefits, all part of the negotiations way back when. So my question is, and when I talked to the minister, I expressed that I too agree that the agreement, I stand by it. I stand by the work of staff that wrote that. As I said, they poured their heart into it. But we have a different population models now, and the private sector has to play a part in that too as well. And as part of that agreement, there are lots of benefits and supports that the private daycares can access. As we all know, you're negotiating a deal around the parameters that are presented in front of you. So what's the plan past 2025? What is the plan to look at expanding? Is the federal government looking to move to try to expand that deal?
I recognize the minister.
I mean, first and foremost, of course I would compliment you. Right? Hardworking MLA and a great constituency guy. I will say that, like, I know. I mean, obviously we go back a while, and I still consider you a close friend. And, I saw what you put into this. You worked hard on this agreement. It's a historical agreement, first in Canada. You were the first one out of the gate. And the staff did an incredible job. And I think, I still see your face on the wall at the department. It's a high school grad pick. Personally, I would say to you, and I think you understand the impacts of this deal. And I would say, like, I don't think there's, I mean, if you stick around for another 25 years, I don't think there's, I don't know what would be bigger, right? So I think when you're all said and done and you're sitting at your camper around the campfire there, I think you can be very proud of the agreement that was signed here. Now, having said that, that was the good part. No, I'm sure. Having said that, like, you're right. Like, the agreement that was signed around what we knew at the time and the circumstances at the time. We are negotiating. We're in the middle of negotiation. Minister Sudds has been great. Understands the complexity of the issues that we're facing. Began under you and continued under Minister Drouin, and I've got a little bit of fingers in it, but not many. But 6,500 spaces were created, and most parents, on average, had their childcare fees reduced by 50%. So we've got some work to do. We want to renew the contract. We've been very clear with them that we want to renew the contract, but there are things that we need because of the way we're doing things, or the way Nova Scotia's population has exploded. There's things that we need to do. We are on track for the 9,500. We'd like to go well past that. I mean, I think that was your goal too when you were minister, and we're in negotiations. We're in conversations. I mean, I had 4 or 5. You probably saw me running out of the legislature last night. Half of those calls were with feds on this stuff. And our department and the deputy has been in constant contact with them. I'm confident we'll get where we need to get. And again, thank you for laying the groundwork.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is good to hear that the government still supports the deal in the sense that, I'm going to say something politically, but it's not towards this government. It's actually at a federal level. Is that this is one of the programs that the current federal government supports, and the other political party does not. And it would be devastating to see the foundation of this thing destroyed over that because we know how much it matters to the kids, to the family, sorry. And that cost, it's one of the greatest costs that we could help with young families was childcare. And we all know that, and we all heard the stories as MLAs and in our communities about, well, I had 2 kids in daycare before this, so, you know, I'm fortunate because we had the ability to pay, but a lot of people don't have the ability to pay. So I'm happy to hear that. Can you just tell me, well, I would hope that they're trying to figure it out before there's a federal election, ideally. That there would be some clarity around the contract and things could get done. I know that could be lightning fast in March, that election coming, but I'm happy to hear that there's the conversations are happening around it. So that was my one question on the child care. I want to get into teaching assistants. So and I'll have a question regarding it, like a numbers question, but the TAs play such an important part in our classrooms. And, you know, there is a lot of conversation around ensuring that the compensation is there, because I hear stories from TAs who are working multiple jobs to try to make ends meet. And I know that there's negotiations going on right now, so I'm not expecting an answer on that. I'm just hoping that the government does the right thing. And supports the TAs. My first question around TAs is: has the department increased or decreased the amount of TAs in the last year, the last 2 years, actually, I'll say?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Taggart. You never look better. I want to thank the member for the question. So added 34.5 new positions in this current budget. Don't have the numbers from the last one. We can get you the breakdown for it. What I can say before I finish is that obviously we're in negotiations, so I can't really. Yeah. But what I will say is that you know, I personally value, and I think the department values, all of the work that our support staff do. I'm going to reference the member for Sackville-Cobequid's comment early on about some of them being potentially left out, their voices being left out. I can tell you that that is not going to happen ever again. We need to hear from them. And we need to make sure that they feel supported. So we're adding, and we're going to continue to add to make sure that our schools, our parents, our students, and our teachers are properly supported.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and for me, because I hear the stories that from classrooms that TA positions have been cut in certain areas, and as we try to strengthen inclusive education in our schools, I would encourage the government to really look at investing in more. That's one position where I think can really help. And you know, where teachers are asked to do a lot outside of in the classroom, and a lot of it is outside of their day-to-day, you know, job description and the duties that they do, and in a lot of cases, they're dealing with some really complex situations, and those TAs play a huge part in being a support for them. So I would encourage that as you look at your budget deliberations, that is one way you can really help teachers who are serving in our learning centers and serving in our schools. So if you could get me the numbers, because the question is, did the positions decline, or did they increase like per region? That I would appreciate that if we can get that number. You don't have to give it to me now. Do you have it? Okay.
I recognize the Minister.
So as the former education minister would know, this is based on a formula of enrollment. I'm assuming you're asking about CBRM, went up 4.5 positions. But I will say you have made valid point. You know, we need to look at the formulas with the complexity of our schools. Is this the formula that's working? You know, as you know, before that I was in DCS or community services and working on remedy, working on the court-ordered remedy, and that's huge. It's huge, and part of that is this, right? So take it, take it under advice. I think it's great advice, and maybe it is time to kind of look at the system and see if we're maximizing the resources for those kids.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the Minister. So if you can provide those numbers, but breakdown for region, you don't have to do it today. If you can send them to us, I would totally appreciate that. As I said, I think that's one area that I hear, and you're going through negotiation. I get that, but like from a sheer number perspective, that is to provide more TAs. And I know the regions will set their, they'll probably submit their budgets and whatever, but I just hear a reduction. It's not just Cape Breton, it's all over, and that's one place where you could really help in those classrooms. And I hope that the Minister takes my comments very seriously about that important topic. So I want to talk about the lunch program for a minute as well. I have a question around the lunch program. So I think it's great. Something that we all supported, something that was part of my original mandate that I wish we could have got over the finish line. But regardless of who does it, we're feeding kids, right? And that's it. And that's, again, like our school system, whether it was, we know our kids are there, we know our kids are going to be in class. It's the one place that we can provide a lot of supports for kids. And as you know, and you and I have talked about this before in various capacities on government or opposition, is that we know that it's really the safest place for many kids to go during the day. And we know we can feed them and do our best to support them. So it's over 2 million meals. And I hear this, and I hear lots of positive, you'll get some comments the other way, that's fine. But so waste is always the thing that people ask me. And are you getting a lot of waste in the program? since it's been rolled out, because I've heard that in the community.
I recognize the minister.
Thank the member for the question. As a father, he knows how difficult it is to feed children. I have 3 that have a very interesting palate. Love their chicken fingers and fries, but a daughter who loves sushi, son who loves like Indian food, super spicy, and it's just so it's all over the place. So what I would say is that we are constantly reviewing this, and we're going to get some data on this to look at, honestly, what is being eaten and what's not. What's being thrown out and what's not. I get every day. I get two individuals with input, right? That say this bean burrito was bleep bleep bleep, or this bean burrito was great, or whatever. Like they give us advice, and so we're going to listen to the students because ultimately we want them to eat it, right? And I agree wholeheartedly when you said this is big. It's big, and I know that we've had these conversations and. On all sides, you and I, and it was something that you were extremely passionate about. And I remember before a certain election having a conversation with you saying, like, how eager and energetic, like how much you wanted to roll out that lunch program, right? And again, I mean, I'll give credit to anyone and everyone who brought this forward and made sure that this happened, and that includes yourself. And listen, I'm just here, as you know, I never look at this like it's my department. I'm here for a moment in time. I think you said that in the legislature the other night. We're all just here for a moment, and we've got to rely on the incredible people in that department to make sure, to make sound decisions. So we are working with Canada's Smartest Kitchen to improve and reduce waste, because ultimately, you don't want whatever percentage of the food to get thrown out. So.
I recognize the MLA for senior member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the minister. Yeah, I hope that there is some sort of path or a way that the food, if it's not going to be consumed, can be, I don't know, donated or given to organizations that could actually use it as well. So again, on the lunch program, so from a local producer perspective, how is that looking now? Because I know that there's probably some of the bigger national chains are involved, but is there a big are you getting a big uptake from local producers?
I recognize the minister.
I'm not going to lie, this conversation is making me hungry. I'm not even joking. Yeah, so in CBRM, for example, Cape Breton, for example, there are local vendors that we're dealing with. You know, you know, I heard you talk about it earlier too. Like the world we're in right now, we need to rely more and more on local and Canadian products. We need to support our local businesses, and any opportunity we have to work with local businesses and local vendors, we definitely will. On the waste side, though, just for a second, you know, it is difficult. Like it's about like it really is about like tailoring the menu to it was 133,000 children, right? Like kids. So there is going to obviously be waste. I mean, from the food standard, I don't think we could donate it or whatever, but we are going to do the best that we can to actually improve and reduce waste. And that's, again, working with Canada's Smartest Kitchen. But we are always looking for local vendors. In fact, I met with a few people that had ideas, and we actually sent them through the department through the proper channels, and we'll continue to do that.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Just a question before I ask my next question. How much time do I have left?
36 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay, one more. So, yeah, okay, my last question, then I'll move over to advance for the next half hour. So from a pay perspective, like people have the ability to pay or not pay at all. Are you getting any uptake on the pay? Are people like, is there people paying? It's just a numbers question. Yeah, like it's that's.
So I recognize Minister.
I can tell you, I am. We're paying. My partner Rena and I are paying. It's a huge number. 7 to 8% of people are paying. That's all jokes aside, but it is. It's 7 to 18%. Sorry. So we don't. People aren't, right? But again, it's not. I mean, would we love to have the cost recovery on it? Absolutely, but you know. It's not about that. Yep. But I'm one of them.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
And just one more final quick question on it. So of the funding that is there for the program, how much of that is federal funding?
I recognize the Minister.
Question. Are your kids in elementary? Are you paying for the lunch program? Okay.
I recognize the Minister.
Just want to make sure that the member is paying for that lunch program. The agreement that will be signed is $3 million a year, total of $15 million. So it's money, but it's it's a small percentage of the coverage.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that probably takes me to the 30-minute mark, I would suspect, or close to it.
34 minutes.
34 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna move on to advanced education, and something that I'm passionate about too as well. I worked in advanced education before I became an MLA. Proud alumnus of CBU, but I want to talk a bit about the recent announcement around the degree granting status for NSCC. And I haven't had a chance to look at all of the details of it, but essentially, NSCC now will have the ability to grant some degrees. Yep. Can you just elaborate on that? Like, is there programs? Have you figured that out yet? What does that look like? Because that's a change.
I recognize the Minister.
My jaw is actually getting sore. I know. So I just back up for a second. The agreement was signed. So I apologize. Degree? Yeah. Okay. So all this does right now is give them the authority. There is nothing in the hopper right now. What we're looking at is just having some flexibility, working with the job market and the Department of Labor and things like that. And if we do have some shortcomings, potentially addressing it through NSCC. I will say, like, one of the nice things potentially about this, if we use it, it would be that people going to school in their own community, right? Because NSCC's campuses are all over the province, as you know. And people that go to school in their communities will tend to stay in their communities. So right now, there's nothing, and I'll add that in order for us to grant them a degree-making ability, like say if we want to say whatever the degree is, arts degree or whatever, it would have to go through the proper channels, which is Cabinet Treasury.
I recognize the MLA for Senior Member 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, and I don't disagree in the sense that the expansion of it, but like you're into situations where you would probably have articulation agreements with universities where students would be doing 2 years at potentially 2 years at the college before they would move over to a university. So it'd be interesting to follow how that relationship is going to work out, because in the past it was. Technically, you went and did a diploma at a college, and then there was a certain. You would have to go for a couple of years, finish your degree at a university if you want to go that path, and then over the last number of years, you start to see articulation agreements where it was almost 2 and 2. So it would give students the opportunity to not have to. I'm one of those students back in the day. It took me 5 years to finish my undergrad because I did a diploma first and then moved over and finished my business degree. So It will be interesting to see what happens there. Are you looking at how do I want to phrase this question? Maybe I shouldn't have said I'm moving over to advanced education yet, but it kind of ties into it. It kind of ties into it, right? So from a school perspective, because we're talking about trades are you looking at any kind of expansion in the school trade options for students? So I'd say construction demand is high. We had a question about that today regarding a home in Sydney, and the government said, with the construction they only receive one tender. So there's a high demand for trades, but I also think about the green economy, and I think about the opportunities that students may have to learn about installing solar panels and learn about heat pumps, learn about some of it, where that demand is really high too as well, and where multiple governments are investing millions of dollars into it. Are you looking at any expansion into in the trades programs in the local schools, which in turn would transfer into NSCC, I guess?
I recognize the Minister.
Yeah, so, obviously we want to be able to fill whatever gaps we have in the labor force. I think of a buddy of mine, I'm not going to say his name because I said his name once in the legislature, and he said, don't ever say my name again. But he's into drywall, for example, like drywalling. It's a drywalling company and does very well. Business is booming, but very hard. I mean, drywall it's unique, but it's very hard for him to get employees. I have friends, I come from a community, and I think similar to yourself, where, I think I always used to say, like, we're a work boot community, right? Like, there's a lot of people in the skilled trade in my community that I live in and grew up in, whether it's carpenters, plumbers, people working at the waterfront. So we want to be able to transition children from high school into these programs. So we do have a new Skilled Trades Pathway pilot program, and it's for kids in grade 12 who meet graduation requirements. By the end of January, have the opportunity to enroll in one of 2 skilled programs at the Nova Scotia Community College. So it allows them to transition into the workforce faster. The locations are, you'll be happy to hear this, Sydney, and Truro campus. We want to, there is, I think back to like when I graduated high school, and a lot of people that I knew went into the skilled trades, and I think it was good, honest, hard work. I think it might have been looked differently, but today it's like I mean, like you, I attend the graduation ceremonies, and am pleasantly surprised by the amount of students that come up on that stage at J.L. Ilsley are saying, Derek Mummercat's going to be a plumber. Brian Wong is going to NSCC to be a carpenter. Like, it's become an avenue where people want to get into and can make a really good living at. So we are always looking at opportunities. As the Minister of Advanced Education, I'm always open to ideas that you may have or anyone around that table has. But right now, we're working on the Skilled Trades Pathway Program, and obviously the tax credit that was previously given to people in the young individuals in the field to keep them here. And so we'll continue to look for ideas, and we'll continue to invest in skilled trades.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Okay, we're going to get into some questions, still on the focus of advanced education. So this will probably take me to the end, so if you don't have to keep moving binders around. So there you go. So I had the chance to meet with students Nova Scotia this past week. And it's great. They represent universities all over, student unions all over. I'm sure the minister probably did meet with them or probably will be meeting with them. They're doing their advocacy. So there's a couple things that they brought up, but I want to bring it forward on their behalf. And I'll start with the weekly maximum financial aid amount for students has remained largely unchanged for over a decade, with only a $20 increase in 2017, currently set at $200 a week. It hasn't kept pace with the cost of living, leaving 1 in 5 students who receive financial aid with an average shortfall of $6,851. So my question, I'll make sure I get all their, what they're advocating for is an increase of $300 per week to help students better cover essential expenses. And they hope that the government will consider increasing the student financial aid maximum from $200 to $300. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, are you looking at that? Are you looking at that, those kind of requests? And they make a valid point. They make a valid point around the cost of living, how this thing hasn't increased at all since, well, it's 8 years ago now.
I recognize the Minister.
Yeah, so we obviously value our relationship with them. I met with them yesterday in the House. We've committed to sitting down with them again. They actually presented. I met with the presidents. That was at Mount St. Vincent. We just a little while ago, we met with all the presidents, which you're familiar with the chair. we heard their concerns, and so we're committed to having another meeting with them and kind of just figuring things out. Like we want our, if you're a student in Nova Scotia, we want you to have the best possible experience. We know that they have not just that, but many concerns. So I can't commit to anything here, but what I am committing to with them is we're going to sit down, we're going to work through it, and to do as much as we can to ensure that they have the best possible learning experience in Nova Scotia.
Excuse me, I recognize the member for, the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm going to go through my questions here. The housing strategy. So that's a big one. That's especially has been a big one for home with CBU. We have a lot of students come into our office looking for housing options. And I know that there is some student housing in the works that's being planned for the old Tartan Downs site in Sydney. Also, there's been some student residence construction done by multiple governments, really. This government's doing the same thing at certain NSCC sites. I hope that the NSCC in Sydney's looked at, because I think that would solve it would not only help the NSCC thing, I think it could also help with some of our student housing in the downtown core. So can the minister give me an update on what investments are planned for this year around student housing across the province?
I recognize Minister.
I've got a whole pile of stuff for you here, but again, I do want to give credit to the former Minister of Advanced Education. Vast majority of this stuff was, and these things that are coming to fruition now was started under that minister. So, deep appreciation for the member for Elmsdale, Infield,
Doesn't matter.
wherever. Fall River. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Member for Fall River Beaverbank. We got members who've been here for a month that know more than me. Look at that. I know. One of the things that we did in the last bilateral funding agreement was work with the universities, and we talked about the grants and the funding to them, and one of the things that was tied into the release of the full funding was they needed to accommodate at least 15% of their students, and so that included building housing. I can tell you that they stepped up, right? They really did. So to date, I can tell you we've announced the following 7 new student housing facilities: NSCC campus in Pictou, and that's in Stellarton; Ivany in Dartmouth; Akerley, Dartmouth; Lunenburg, Kingstech, Cumberland, and the IT campus in Halifax, and that's creating more than 600, or a total of 620 new student beds. We just gave $5 million to support the Tartans Down project in Sydney, and that's obviously, as you know, with a partnership with Cape Breton University and the Urban Neighbourhood Development Association. This funding will support phase 1 of the project to create 145 new beds, 55 which will be prioritized for post-secondary students. CBU has been an exceptional partner. They've done a great job. Kudos to them. $3 million to support the Atlantic School of Theology to complete repairs and create 37 additional student beds. So that'll bring their bed count to 103. They're used by students attending Dalhousie, NASCAD, St. Mary's University, King's College, and NSCC. We're partnering with the previous Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing and Seniors and Long-Term Care to offer Happy Pad services to Nova Scotia. And if you didn't know what Happy Pad was, let me tell you what it is. It's an online home sharing platform to help connect renters with people who are available, to have available space to rent in their homes. Happy Pad. As of January 1st, interestingly enough, there's been 812 hosts are registered. 812. I think the last time you asked a question about it, it was significantly lower. There are 283 rooms available and doing quite well. We allocated $5 million to increase in the budget to facilitate student housing project application. So, you know, kind of being funny, but all that aside, you know, we know that, you know, we need to house students, and they've got to have affordable housing. They've got to have housing where they can study, and, you know, that doesn't price them out of food and all that stuff. So the universities, you know, all whatever aside, but the universities and NSCC, as you're well aware of, has been extremely valuable partners, and they've stepped up. And so, you know, I should say before we end this on the record, I would like to thank all of them. They've been incredible partners, and without them, I don't know where we'd be.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Well, I don't have to ask the question. I was going to ask the question about Happy Pad because I think it was actually you that asked the question last time, not me, back in the day when things were different. So, and again, and this is like more of a conversational question. I think that it's all on our minds, and we're seeing some pretty significant reductions when it comes to the amount of the number of international students that can come to Nova Scotia to learn. You're seeing some changes with programs that students generally would have qualified for to come here. You're seeing some changes there too as well, which is putting some big pressure on universities to adjust. Are you concerned about the state of how do I want to say that? Are you concerned about the future of our universities here in the province?
I recognize the Minister.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. You know, the international student phenomenon, because that's what it has only been for the last 6 years, and I think it has been a massive increase to the bottom line for most universities, as you're aware, most post-secondary institutions. It's decreasing. It's coming back down to potentially post 6 years ago levels. So that's going to have an impact on universities' bottom lines. So we are going to work with, listen, I'm not afraid for the future of our universities. I think there's a lot of things that Nova Scotia is known for, and I think and I'm not being, but I think, you know, our world-class university and post-secondary system is one of them. You know, people come from all over the world to go to Dalhousie, Mount St. Vincent's, to NASCAD, to Acadia, to St. FX. You know, I don't know if I've heard it before. I don't know if I believe it, that St. FX is the most famous ring in the world. Maybe it is. I know, look. Second most famous? What's the most famous?
I don't know what the first is.
It's the Pope.
Okay, second most. No, that's all good. We're just. So I'm not afraid, because I think that we have some really good presidents, some staff, administrators. They know what they're doing. We're going to work with them, absolutely. You know, there may be, you know, there's something on the order paper right now where, you know, we want to make sure that they have fiscal sustainability, And I've met with them and we've had conversations, and that the time of massive money on international students is probably coming to an end, and what we have to do is work with them to attract other students, whether it's working professionals, whether it's online. There's lots of universities that have embraced all that, and I think I can tell you. I know I said in question period earlier that I gave the presidents all my cell number. I did, and I hear from all of them, and they all are brilliant people, the presidents, and they have some great ideas, and so I'm not worried. We will be there to partner with them, and I'll put it on the record. Every one of them are unique and offer something extremely valuable to Nova Scotia.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With 12 minutes.
12 minutes, perfect. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree. The universities play a huge role not only in the academic journey of students, whether they're domestic or from away, but also from an economic development perspective. My role when I was at CBU way back when was in that realm of the economic development side of it. And the reason why I asked that question is because it is top of mind. There is, we're going to see a shift, and you're going to see, the universities try to work together, try to adjust. So my follow-up question to that was, are you looking at providing any funding to help the universities transition into looking at new markets outside of, because they're going to look at domestic students closer to home, and so is there any? Are you looking at anything funding or resource-wise to help them with that transition?
I recognize the minister.
Yeah, and a couple of things. I look at Sydney, the community that you represent, and you do a fantastic job representing it. And you look at all the economic driver that NSCC is, that CBU is. These are institutions of critical thinking, and they prepare our youth for the job market, but they also provide great jobs, really good jobs, and they're spin-off to small businesses. And so what I would say about helping them, we're obviously in the middle of negotiating a bilateral, but what I really think is going to attract more people to their universities and their campuses, colleges, is just innovative ways of delivering models. So we're seeing right in your own backyard, the medical school, right? We're seeing Dow with the nursing school. We're seeing Mount St. Vincent and the 14-month teaching program. All these things which we will support and continue to invest in is what will really drive people to the schools. If you're a young person graduating and you want to get a teaching degree and you can come to Nova Scotia and do it in 14 months, you're going to do it. It's going to be attractive. Think just in your own backyard, the amount of people that are going to be coming in and out of that medical school. It's going to be huge. right? So those are the things that I believe will drive the new way of. I shouldn't say the new way. We'll drive more finances into these institutions, and you know, they're on board. You know, we get ideas from them all the time, and I've said to them already that you know, no idea is a bad idea. Like, let's just throw it at us. If we can do it, we can do it. I shouldn't say no idea is a bad idea, but I'm not going to not look at any idea. So that's how I believe that our universities are going to adjust, and I believe that's how we're going to continue to support them. And also, you know, listen, we will always promote and put forward our universities and our college, no matter where we go.
I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2 with 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. A lot can be done in 7 minutes. I just want to go through my questions again here. Yeah, so the medical school, I think that's fantastic. I believe CBU has a BED, accelerated BED. I think it's back on. There was an issue there, but it's back on track. So the medical school. So just quick question: everything on the medical school is still scheduled on time, on target?
I recognize the Minister.
Yeah, so two things. One, I would like to just acknowledge the leadership at CBU who really stepped up on the expedited education program. Got a little scared. I know you were on the ground working on that with everybody, and appreciate that. And they stepped up, and it's, I believe, is going to be extremely successful, and again, will drive people to Cape Breton. And I think if you're in Sydney or you're in Cape Breton and you're taking university there for a couple of years, chances are you're going to fall in love with its beauty and potentially stay there. Find a good Cape Breton partner. The school is on track for September 2025.
Thank you. I recognize the MLA for Sydney Member 2 with 5 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, maybe we'll find a good partner. I hope everybody does if they come to Cape Breton. Apparently. Yeah, Member 2, yep. That's good. That's a good restaurant. It's pretty, actually, pretty amazing success story Member 2 is, and Chief Paul and his leadership up there. So we only have a few minutes left, so I'll, and I believe my colleague will be coming in, the rest of our caucus will be here to come in and answer the rest of the questions. But the university sector is really one that's very important in a whole number of reasons, and I think the good thing is that you're looking at some of these specialized programs when it comes to, as you said, CBU has a BED program, and the medical school, and there's the nursing program at Dal, and there's different focuses for schools. I guess my final question is, you mentioned that you're negotiating a new agreement with the universities, because it is true that's been frozen for a while. You're seeing some heavy pressures when it comes to wages and supporting the staff, and as I said, they're going back into an environment where there's not going to be as many international students. So can you give a timeline? Have you given a timeline on when the agreement will potentially be signed with universities for new funding?
I recognize the Minister.
Got a bunch of things to say. One, the contract expires March 31st, 2025. We're just finalizing it now, hoping to have it in place by then. Two, Chief Paul and the group up in Member 2 have done an exceptional job, and I'm glad that you put that on the record. It is one of the biggest success stories in this province's history, and one of the biggest show of leadership. I will probably shouldn't put it on the record, but member two may have the best chicken in the world. My children and I, when we go up there, that's what we eat. And I did marry into a proud Cape Breton family, and we found out recently that they are tied in and related to Alan McMaster, so I don't know how to take that. Next.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so I recognize the MLA for Sydney member two with 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
2 minutes, 40 seconds. What can we talk about for 2 minutes and 40 seconds? Yeah. Well, it's a great story about the McMasters, which would take us many months to tell. Fantastic family. In the last 2 minutes, I just want to, again, thank the staff of both departments for giving me the opportunity to ask some questions. Lots of moving parts in both departments when it comes to we're always looking at ways we can support our kids however we can. And we'll have some more questions. In the question period, I'm sure the university sector is one that's really evolving right now. That's one that it's going to be a journey for them, absolutely. But, we want to do whatever we can, regardless of what side of the floor we sit on, to support our post-secondary institutions because we need them, right? And we need them to be successful. And from a community college perspective, I think the more we can expose our kids in the trades outside of your traditional trades, the better. I think that we talk about the economy and growing the economy, and there's lots of conversation around resource development. And if you want to get into it, you got to expose. You're going to need the workforce for it. So the more we can expose our kids in that realm, the better. It's not just wait lists for big construction jobs. It's also wait lists for heat pump installations. It's wait lists for, building and designing and installing solar panels. It's all of that stuff. So with my last few minutes, I'll put that plug in. I wanted to expand those those trade opportunities for the kids for the students when I was there. And I hope that eventually the department looks at some of that stuff, because I think it would just expose our students to more opportunities. So I think that probably takes up my time, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the minister with 52 seconds.
No, I don't need this. Yeah, no, I mean, we're on the same page, right? Like, that we've talked about this lots. I agree. Before I was doing this job, I was, cutting out water mains and installing water mains, and there'd be a water main break and you'd be out there for 14 hours in the freezing cold, and it's just something for me. There was always something rewarding. Not that every job isn't rewarding, but for me it was just very rewarding working with your hands and building and fixing things. Wasn't the best at it, but I'll use my last little bit to say, like, I want to thank you for your service as the Minister of Education. I think under your guidance.
Order.
There you go. I need 1 minute.
We're going to recess for a moment. We're going to make a commercial with that guy. You guys seen that commercial on TV? And he says, I used to have to go every 90 minutes. Order. Orders. The time for questioning is being turned over now to the official opposition. I just note before we start that they'll have a little time left on their hour when we resume next hearing, but we're starting now with 56 minutes and 46 seconds, and I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Chair, just in fairness to the minister, we agreed at the conclusion of the last opportunity to ask questions that we'd pick up the question. The gist of the question was how are African Nova Scotian, Indigenous, and racialized students and staff being engaged regarding experiences of racism-based violence to inform code of conduct development, noting that work requires trauma-informed, culturally responsive facilitation and collection. So just to put a finer point to the question to support effective resumption.
I recognize the minister.
Yeah, I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and it is important, extremely important. And so, again, not to repeat myself, but we want to make sure that our students feel welcome and they see themselves in the school, they see themselves in the curriculum, that they are not subject to violence and racism, and if they are, that there's serious consequences. That's where, there's going to be some lines drawn in the code of conduct, obviously. But as per your question, we did go through our councils, and they sent out a survey to their communities, and we had over 5,000 responses in the first survey from people in their communities. And then in the second survey, we had over 1,000. These are first voices, and these are individuals that live it every single day. And so we received an immense amount of feedback and work from the council and their members and the people they represent.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated, I'm aware of sort of the structural channels that exist within the ECD to collect input through certain frames. I guess I would just encourage the minister at a time, that the policy remains in development, given the extraordinary nature of the issue. The official opposition would not fault the minister for taking additional time and care to employ sort of new and novel methods of consultation. It ends up being a lot of work, but I think focus groups and conversational anecdotal collection of data that's facilitated by members of the affected communities can be a really tremendous way to elicit a kind of feedback that you may not get through a form. Not Not limiting the benefit and the value of the data that you get through forms, but I think this is a policy too important not to take every kind of due diligence possible to get right. Related to that, other groups within the school system, populations, both students and staff. I guess I would have similar questions, and these groups are slightly different. I mean, I know that there are structural channels to elicit input from the African Nova Scotian and Indigenous communities. But I'm curious to hear what the minister might offer by way of sort of strategic outreach to students and staff within the disability community, and also students and staff from the 2S LGBTQIA plus community. There are no councils specifically for them within sort of the auspices of the ECD. So it's not that you can't reach those folks, but it's not like there's no sort of standard lever that you're used to pulling there. So just wondering what you can speak to in terms of how because those groups, no less than African Nova Scotian, Indigenous, and other racialized groups, suffer violence disproportionately, based on other kinds of prejudice. So I think it's worth looking at the rigor of how we are hearing from. I hesitate to use the word stakeholders because it can dehumanize them, but the perspective of students and staff within those communities and our systems.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honourable member for the question. A couple of things. For a moment here, I do want to talk about some of the initiatives that I know of personally. We're both alumni of JL Ilsley, and we have Tish, who, I don't know if you know who Tish is from JL Ilsley, who does Indigenous education throughout the school and does a fantastic job there of supporting Indigenous students. I actually went in and met with her, and I'm always in contact with her, but I got to see some of the great stuff that she's doing in the schools to not just, because I believe, and I'm sure you do too, but it's not just about supporting those students, it's also about educating the other students. And so that's one of the things she does with different traditions and cultures, cultural appropriate issues, and she educates the other students. She works with them, has events based around the Mi'kmaq traditions. And so I think that's important too. Like, I know we talk about racism and homophobic and violence toward the LGBTQI community. We need to protect them, but we also have to root out whatever it is in people that make them do that, whatever it is that makes a youth act that way, or a parent act that way toward a staff, or maybe, I don't know, I'm not, but maybe a staff toward another staff. And I think that starts at an early age, educating our children that we all deserve to be happy, and we all deserve to live a life free of racism and prejudice, and we are allowed to love whoever we want to. And so that is an important part of the education system for me. When it comes to those individuals, I think I talked earlier about the remedy and how important that is. And that encompasses, one of the ministers, the former Minister of Education, actually said to me that when I was over at Community Services, she said, because remedy falls under Community Services, or social, anyways. And what she said to me was, it's not just your department. Like, this is everybody, right? But right now I am the Minister of Education. We work with the RCEs, as you know, around inclusiveness. We work with PSANs around what is needed in their schools. I can tell you right now, you'd be familiar with William King. We're working in that community with the principal. I was as the MLA and continue to, a fully accessible playground. And it's a great thing. And that is something that we didn't see when you and I were in school. And so I want to make sure that we reach all kids and they don't feel left out. And maybe that's just, I don't know, the dreamer in me, because it is a difficult thing. And I do go to bed at night and I think about these issues. I think about, like, the weight that, and I'm sure, like, and I don't mean to, but I'm sure you did too when you were president of the NSTU. I'm sure you felt the weight of not just the people you were elected to represent, but those students. And so we're working with RCEs, we're working with PSANs. I will tell you, as I will tell anyone, if there is a group that wants to meet with me, that will help me understand, I'm there. If there is a group there that feels left out, I will meet with them, because I don't have all the answers. Nobody has all the answers. And I can't sit here in my position and who I am and pretend to understand other people's life. And so what I would say to you is if there's anyone that has suggestions, set it up.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the sentiment and the overall receptivity of outreach on the part of the minister. I guess I would urge the minister and the department to adopt a different posture on this question. At no point in my comments have I implied in any way, shape, or form that people don't care or that good things aren't happening. And I don't think you're putting those words, but I want to be crystal clear. There's lots of good people doing good things in our system. But systems have been built in a particular way that they leave people out. And those people are not heard, they're not engaged, and they're not seen. And so for those of us that work in the system, it requires us to work differently than the way that the system has worked. And so the language of, if there's anybody out there that wants to talk, they can reach out to me. there's an earnest receptivity to contact there. However, we who sit in these seats cannot put the onus on groups and populations who historically the system has not been receptive to. And the disability community and the 2S LGBTQIA community are unquestionably groups that have been systemically let down by the system, don't feel the system has their backs, and are, have for a very long time reached out and felt like they've been talking to a brass heaven. So it's incumbent upon us as system leaders to scrutinize our own approach and work differently. And so I guess I would just say, I recognize that there are populations where structural channels allow for a degree of, there's a know-how, a built-in process to kind of access input and feedback. However, there are notable populations that our school system lets down. And I was part of that system. I did my very best, and I know that my very best wasn't good enough for some kids sometimes. Your intentions don't change. The kids don't get what they need from you at times as a teacher, and that's also true of us as a system. So I'd urge the minister to really sit down and take ownership of who are we talking to in the disability community, who are we talking, or disability community, who are we talking in the 2S LGBTQA community, if no standard existing channels exist, what lines of communication can we open so that we get this feedback? And I would reiterate my earlier comments. The official opposition would rather see the entire approach to school violence. It can't take forever, but we would rather the department take time to get it right at the time that it's implemented than be very quick and leave out vital pieces and the approach be deficient and potentially perpetuate harms despite the very best of intentions. So I think on this piece, I certainly won't throw rocks. I worked in a big machine at the NSTU, and we did not have well-developed internal channels and relationships when we needed to have brave conversations about equity and justice with our own members. So I understand it takes some gumption and humility to say we're not well positioned here, but to really self-reflect and to take action to make sure that students and staff within those populations have fulsome opportunity to be meaningfully heard in ways that are accessible and meaningful to them. Surveys are good, but so many of these groups, they've been surveyed to death and never seen a darn thing come from it. And so that's why I think the difference in approach, working with first voice members of community to facilitate conversation and collect input is really, really powerful and transformative. And I think you're going to get to a policy that's way more impactful than if that's a step that you don't take the time and the care to take. So I offer that with all respect for you and your team and all the people working in the system. Good people that have good hearts that mean the best of things miss stuff. And there's an opportunity to take a minute, take a beat, and to make sure that that doesn't happen again in the redevelopment of this. What's that? Yeah, my colleague would like to chime in here.
I just would like to say,
I recognize the minister.
I'd just like to say thank you and point well taken. Thank you.
I recognize the MLA for Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island.
I just thought it would be a good time to hop in and ask some questions again about the revised guidelines for trans and gender diverse students and when they will be released.
Recognize the minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. As the member is aware, we are doing a, I would say, complex and thorough review of school safety and code of conduct, and all of that is encapsulated into it. We are talking, and we're going to continue to talk to all communities impacted. I do know that, respectfully, the member in question period had said that they felt that there were some groups, organizations left out, and my commitment to they was to meet with them and talk to them. And again, I go back to this doesn't work if people don't feel themselves in it. And I can, no. What's up? Sorry, what? Are you okay?
Order. So you're ready to,
No, but I can continue until I'm done.
okay.
Yeah, that's the rules. There's a new rule then. I mean, I'm fine. If you're okay with the answer.
Thank you. So I recognize the member from Halifax, Sable Island.
So, I mean, I appreciate the thoughtfulness, but I'm really concerned because I thought that there was actually a draft of these guidelines available. And this has been discussed, and you know, with the former Minister of Education, who's here today. You know, we had talked about specific parts of those revised guidelines, and I had understood they were ready. So I'm very confused about why, actually, there needs to be any further work on them. And, you know, what I would also say, and I think certainly the previous minister and I had a chance to talk about these things, but just, you know, it is like a tough time to be a member of the 2S LGBTQI plus community, but especially for young people. And so, you know, young people know, students know, GSAs know that these guidelines are under revision. And, you know, I was really pleased with the former minister who asserted that, you know, nothing was going to change in terms of the pronoun policy. But the challenge is that you're leaving people in limbo. And it's for 2S LGBTQI plus young people who are like, I don't know, maybe my government isn't actually going to respect my identity and my school experience. And we know, you know, I just went through the student success survey, again, the most recent one, just to review the numbers. And, you know, an average of 24% of students reported feeling unsafe, but 44% of queer and trans students reported feeling unsafe. Like, it's the highest level of feeling unsafe. So what I'm saying is that structurally, I feel like the department is perpetuating that, because the opportunity there is to say, actually, no, we got you. We revised them, we updated them. They were from 2014. We affirmed this pronoun policy, and there's other aspects that I want to ask about. But so this, I guess my question is, wasn't there a draft?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the honourable member for the question. The school code of conduct will be out in March, and all of this will be addressed. We want to make sure that everybody feels safe in our schools. We want to make sure that everybody feels welcome in our schools. And, you know, the numbers that you quoted are troubling. And I am not going to be part of a system that perpetuates that. And so I've got to be able to answer the question. So I don't know what the rules are here about answering questions.
I'll use my judgment.
Okay, thank you.
I'll use my judge and continue, Mr.
And this is extremely important. And so we are not leaving anyone out. We're not leaving any groups out. We're going to continue to work with them. My offer to the member is if they feel groups are being left out, they could approach me and we'll have those conversations. I don't know, aside from when the code of conduct comes out and the school safety stuff comes out, having direct access to a minister to have these conversations, I will meet with anyone. And I want to make sure that every child, every youth, every person that's in our schools, whether they work there or they go to school there, feel safe and they see themselves reflected in the code of conduct, the school safeties, and the curriculum.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Sable Island.
You know, I would say I don't doubt the minister's personal commitment. I do, I think, stand with my colleague to talk about more structural and systemic approaches to engagement. So that's great. I could call you up, but that's my own, that's a whole lot of privilege that I'm about to exercise, right? So, like, that's not what we're talking about here. So I'm trying to catch up. And I think I have, like, some yes or no questions at this point. Okay. Will there be revised guidelines for trans and gender diverse students released by the Department of Education?
I recognize the minister.
So what I will say is that the department has done a lot of work and will continue to do the work on the code of conduct and the school safety. That will be out in March. And if anything is missed, because we've done a lot of consultations, we've had a lot of conversations, and I really, really do appreciate these questions, because my promise, and when I offered to meet with anyone, I wasn't just referring to the member. I will meet with any group, and when the code of conduct, when that comes out, when the school safety comes out, if anything is missed, we will go back and fix it.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to, I recognize that it's, yes or no answer is really not, it's a difficult thing, because, but I just ask we keep things flowing. Sure. I recognize the Minister.
Just respectfully, I've done estimates lots, and I've never, the rules have changed here today. So I'd just like to know what you're referencing, because in the past, we've been able to go without interruption. I can't interrupt somebody sending a question to me. So I just want to know what rule you're referencing and when it changed.
Thank you. So I do have clarity on that, and so in this is what in the estimates. Then the minister can answer as fully as they want. We've discussed that with the chief clerk, and that's the answer. So I recognize the MLA for Halifax Sable Island.
I mean, thank you for the clarification, but that's not how we did estimates from 2021 to 2024. So, I mean, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying I want to apologize, because I was under the, that's how we did it, and I sat in that chair for many, many hours, as you know. So, that was what happened. But so, I guess what I'm hearing is I didn't hear a yes or a no. I'm assuming it's a no. So there was a commitment to revise guidelines. People were engaged in that process, and then people were waiting. and now that's no longer happening. So I'll just try again with another yes or no question. Was there a draft revised guideline? Was there a set of draft revised guidelines for trans and gender diverse students in Nova Scotia in the past, say, like 18 months?
I recognize, excuse me, I recognize the minister.
So I want to be clear. It's not a no. At no point did I say no. What I said was that we did work. We're continuing to work with every group to ensure that the code of conduct and the school safety encapsulates all of them, and that they feel safe in our schools. And my commitment is, once those are released, I will literally sit down with the member. We can go through it. If anything is missed, in their opinion, we can work on it. This is, I see what's happening, and what I'm trying to say is that our education needs to be inclusive. And my job as Minister of Education is to make sure nobody is left behind. And I understand that historically, some groups have been, they don't see themselves in the education system, and that's unacceptable. And it will not happen under my watch. We changed the way we did things in community services, whether it was committees, whether it was advisory panels, to ensure that voices that were not there were there. And if, again, a lot of work was done, a lot of this is being incorporated into the code of conduct and the school safety. If anything is missed, then we will rectify it.
I recognize the MLA for Halifax, Central, Sable Island.
I mean, I guess I just want to clarify that, you know, I'm quite disorientated, actually, because I had understood that there were draft guidelines and that that was a commitment. And that's the commitment that the community understood. That was a commitment that the former minister and I had many conversations about. So I'm not making up the fact that there was a guideline process and that there were draft guidelines. So I am disorientated. I am also extremely disappointed. And so I'm just trying to recover. And so, and I appreciate the ongoing, you know, to have meetings with me. I'm not an educator. I'm also not a student anymore. So like, I think that, you know, whatever consultation and engagement process had happened is probably much more relevant than me going through the guidelines. You know, and again, I don't want this to be about one like middle-aged person going through the guidelines for trans and gender diverse students. I want this to be, you know, relevant in the educational setting. So I have another question. It is kind of a yes or no question. We'll just, you know, just trying to be respectful of time too. Is the question of pronouns addressed in the Student Code of Conduct, which is going to be released in March?
I recognize the minister.
So, as the member is aware, the AG report that came out in 2024 said that we need to focus on school safety for all children. That's what was said in the AG's report. We took the recommendations. We agree with the recommendations. We've worked with groups. And again, I will say, when the policies are released, if there are gaps in the policies, we will address them. We want every single student, no matter who they are, but especially groups that have felt marginalized, to feel accepted, to feel loved, and to feel part of our education system.
I recognize the MLA for Halifax, Sable Island.
I guess I would just invite the minister and the department to be very clear to everyone that they said that there were guidelines that we have enhanced or referred to several times, to clarify what's going on, because I feel like this is unacceptable. If there are no guidelines, that needs to be clear. If there's no pronoun policy, that needs to be clear. This does nothing. In fact, it endangers students more. It will affect people's mental health more if, in fact, like, you've engaged a whole bunch of young people across the province, I think, in this process through GSA. So, now you're just leaving them hanging and you won't answer a straight question at the table. Anyways, I would just suggest, if I may, that you need to be open and honest and clear with young people. And I will pass it to my colleague.
I recognize the MLA for Suffolk Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. We've spoken about a number of the foundational recommendations of the Auditor General in her report on school violence. One of the other planks was that we haven't spoken about already, but you made some allusion to them in your initial remarks, is the development of age-appropriate curriculum from P to 12 about gender-based sexual and intimate partner violence to be deployed in our schools. The minister commented on modules in this vein being, I guess, launched in grades 11 and grade 12. It seemed to me that it was being suggested that they were being launched this year. I'm curious to know what PSP courses have these modules been integrated into for grade 11 and grade 12 students? I could also phrase it this way. I'm looking for a list of all high school PSP courses these modules have been integrated into and are currently being delivered as part of.
I recognize the MLA for Suffolk Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. PSP stands for Public School Program, and PSP courses refer to authorized curriculums. Most often they're tagged with a particular grade or developmental level. So English 11 is a PSP course with certain accreditation, as a for instance.
I recognize the minister.
Apologize for taking. So obviously, when it comes to curriculum, we work with all our, I know stakeholders, I guess, but we work with the RCEs to and the department to update our curriculum and make sure that it's in a place where it encapsulates what we need. And gender-based violence right now, we updated the following curriculum, which was the health education curriculum, P to 9, and the language art curriculum, 10 to 12. So they will be provided developmental and age-appropriate learning on gender-based and intimate partner violence every year that they are in school. We had meetings with parents, partners, teachers for mass and mass casualty commission to design this curriculum, and it's scheduled to take place between January and March. The thing is that for this to develop this curriculum, it wasn't something that we pulled out of the sky. Obviously, you know that. We worked with the experts. We worked with the Mass Casualty Commission to make sure that these issues are addressed. They're addressed in an age-appropriate way. And I said it here already, where I feel like, we have to start at a young age, and we are.
I recognize the member from Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. So pardon the granular nature of my question here. I teach grade 11 English, and I was in a classroom right up until the writ was dropped. So is the curriculum for language arts, ELA 11 and 12, ready to be deployed at the beginning of the next school year? Or is this curriculum that teachers are being expected to teach right now in the middle of courses that are already underway?
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
I recognize.
Thank you, Chair. I add that comment because in the classroom, if there were curriculum changes midstream, it'd be very difficult for me to pivot partway through, especially in high school. To the people that watching at home or who may not, your world is not high school. High school classes generally run for 4 months. They're very intense, and to have something drop in your lap halfway through a 4-month class that normally you would do over a whole year, it's not easy to pivot and integrate new content and new concepts. So I asked a question about, is this ready to deploy at the beginning of the next school year? Is the comment that it's actually happening in real time in classrooms? Because if that's the case, I think there may be a disconnect between what you think is happening and what's actually happening, because I certainly didn't see it.
I recognize the minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And you know what? One of the things that opened my eyes since I've been here, and you hit the nail on the head, was, and the deputy and I have spoken about this, the changes in curriculum, I just can't, I'm starting to understand the frustration, right? Like the constant changes in the curriculum, you expected to implement it now and do this. I can tell you, so this will be next September, and there will be proper professional development coming. One of the things I said to this department when I first came in here, there's no more surprises. Teachers have enough on their plates. To constantly change curriculum and tell them, like, oh, you've done it this way for the last year or two, and now we're going to change it again, and you have to do it. I'm not a teacher, but I'm guessing it's pretty darn frustrating. So we're going to get, there's a lot of things we're doing around curriculum, and a big part of that is timetables and stability. And we can't expect our teachers to teach anything without the proper training.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid with 11 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The minister's mentioned language arts courses in 11 and 12 and health curriculum from, did you say P to 9? Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like maybe grade 10 is the last bastion to get tackled. Will that curriculum be ready in time for a rollout in 2025? Because that's the one slice of P to 12 that doesn't appear covered by the current programming, if I catch it right.
I recognize the minister.
I think I may have misspoke, so I apologize. The health education curriculum is P to 9. The language arts is 10 to 12. So everything will be encapsulated. I apologize.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have been directed towards a number of the pillars that the Auditor General identified were necessary to address school violence. We've had some good conversation about code of conduct development, the necessity for reliable, accessible, accurate incident tracking, the need for wide consultation with students and staff that are impacted by violence, particularly those disproportionately impacted. And we've just had a bit of a chat about development and implementation of evidence-based curriculum. The one piece we haven't talked about yet that the Auditor General did flag was the need for education entities as employers of staff to do better in terms of normalizing occupational health and safety legislation and protocols. I can tell you I had high-level conversations with Labor Skills and Immigration when I was president of the NSTU. We didn't make a whole lot of headway. This isn't just a matter of saying you're going to do something. This is a formidable challenge. This is a sector where the culture of OHS in healthcare, if I'm a nurse and I'm injured at work, it's an insta OHS thing, and everybody knows back of hand how that works. In education workers do not think about themselves as workers. They think about, and it may sound semantics, they think of themselves as teachers. They don't think of themselves as workers the way that legislation thinks about workers. And therefore, they think OHS is not their right. They think that the union does something for them. So this is, of all the planks, this one is a really big deal. And the employer has to play a leading role in normalizing the reporting of violence. So if someone's injured, particularly staff, it's instant. If students are injured, there's a student insurance program. Everybody knows, form filled out. The same is not true of staff. If staff are injured, school administrators do not instantly say, here's your OHS reporting form. Please make sure you get this to me by end of day. That does not happen in public schools across Nova Scotia. And I don't think anybody intends any malice, or I don't think anyone's being deceptive, but that does not happen, and it's got to start ASAP. So I'm asking the minister, what can he tell me about resources dedicated to getting this culture established and reporting on OHS from a safety perspective, a fact of life in public schools for all staff, regardless of the role they occupy in school buildings?
I recognize the minister.
I've said this a million times today. I agree with you 100%. I really do. And this is something that obviously the RCEs are the employers and they've got to do a leadership role. But having said that, the deputy met with Karen Adams 2 weeks ago, the CEO of the Workers' Compensation Board, and told them that we need a focused effort on occupational health and safety culture in our schools. So it is a focused effort, and we are pulling in WCB, and we want this addressed.
I recognize the MLA for Cobequid Sappho with 6 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Looping back to comments I made earlier about the accessibility and reliability of reporting for staff from an incident reporting perspective. Right now, one of the barriers to OHS is it has to be on paper, and it's not standard how things get submitted. So if there can be, if the department can deploy an all staff, no matter what bargaining unit, or even if you're not unionized, you can actually submit your OHS report via something that's accessible from your phone. I think that would enhance the uptake of reporting habits by staff. My last question is, we've talked about a number of different planks that are necessary for a comprehensive response for violence as outlined in the Auditor General's report. My last question is, there are a lot of moving pieces in this process, and each one of them represents big change in their own right. One of the dangers of approaching an issue as complex as this with as many moving parts as this is that things can start out on parallel tracks and then sort of mission drift happens and people lose sight of the interrelationship of all the different components. What can the minister tell me about funding or dedicated staff resources to make sure that all of this stays connected in a cohesive way, and it's a comprehensive launch as opposed to this drops in March, this drops in September, et cetera, et cetera. I think the pieces are individually are big. I just worry about mission creep and the potential for this to drift. If there's no direct supervisor or sort of coordinator for this that can advise the minister on implementation and make sure that it remains a coherent response to violence in the long run.
I recognize the minister.
One thing before I answer your question, you talked about the capability. So we are about access to OHS. We are actually looking at the mobile capability of Power School, and if that's something that we can use on individuals can use on their phone to do all that. So we are actually looking into it. Kind of got to get away from the paper stuff and actually get with the technology. What was I just?
Dedicated staff or funding to make sure.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate. No, it's all good. I appreciate it. So in the budget, we have 50 staff to deal with the school violence, and we are dedicated. We'll have the code of conduct and the school safe stuff. We're dedicated to dealing with the issue head on. So if we need more, we need more. There's also the 2 police officers, but I do really appreciate the question about the mission creep and like the distraction and making sure that things happen and things aren't forgotten. So it actually has been a big part of what I've talked about and expected from our RCEs and from the department. It can't be, we're always chasing our tail on something else. Like, we have to finish and follow through. And we have to make sure that it's not just words, it's implementation. And, I understand, like, your colleague's frustration today. But what I'm trying to say is that we are dedicated to the AG's report. We are dedicated to it. She was very specific on what we need to do. And everybody in this room knows, like, when we get a report, it becomes the top priority. That doesn't mean that anything else falls to the side. And I am committed to not only following through with the school safety, the violence in schools, and that, but also keeping on top of our employers and keeping on top of the department. We're going to have lots of meetings with the RCEs, and I can promise you it won't be pretty if they can't follow through.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid with 32 seconds.
I just want to say that my question isn't about being pointedly accountable. It's about having dedicated focus. You have a big job. The deputy has a big job. The associate deputy has a big job. Giving somebody direct oversight over this allows it to remain cohesive. Obviously, they report to you, but I think sometimes working smart is better than working hard. So just take that in the constructive spirit it's offered.
Order. Sorry, 3:55. And this concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislature chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes business for the day. You good? Very good.